Hey everyone, I'm excited to share with you this full stack tutorial that I've been working on where we basically build out a Google Drive mini clone. So I'm going to walk through all the features and show you what I built, and then you can watch the entire tutorial and see how I built this. So if we go ahead and just click get started, we don't have an account yet, so that'll ask us to create one. I'll go ahead and sign in. Again, we are using Clerk for authentication, which is one of the sponsors of this video. And I'm also using Convex for the backend as a service. I like both of these services a lot. They really help you build faster. And I will go ahead and log in for my, and I'll go ahead and click continue here. And so after logging in, you get redirected to your dashboard. I already have an account and I uploaded some files. But some of the functionality that you're going to learn by watching this tutorial is we have the ability to upload new files. Let's just go ahead and say another file here. Go ahead and select this. We do have some error states built into this. So if you don't have a title here, it'll error out. And then let's just go ahead and select a image. Go ahead and submit that. And after submitting, you'll see that we get a toast here at the bottom. Again, the entire UI and all the components are built using Shadcn. So we're going to learn how to use that. And then the front end is built with Next.js. So after uploading the file, some functionality that you have is you can actually search over your files by name. So if I type in like another file and hit enter, that'll filter down to these files that we have in our system. You can also switch from a grid view to a table view if that's something that helps you visualize your files better. Let's go back to grid view. Another thing we added is a filter based on types. So if I go ahead and search by everything, I can search by images, I can search by CSV, I can search by PDF. And then additionally, you can go ahead and mark files for deletion. So for example, if I want to mark this one as deleted, and how this works is we have a convex cron job, which runs every minute, and it's going to run through and just delete anything that you have set up and marked ready for deletion. But you also have the ability to restore it. So if you wanted to kind of stop that process, you can restore that image and it'll go back to your old files. All right, there you go. The file has been deleted. Another thing we added was the ability to favorite certain files. So like, let's just favorite these two images and go to our favorites subcategory. Notice that these show up here, and we can just go ahead and unfavorite them if we want to. We also have the ability to download these files. So let's just go ahead and click on this. I'll click download. Notice that they get added to my downloads directory. Images will open up over here in a new tab. And then PDFs, again, will open up in a new tab as well. This PDF is just blank, but if it was actually defined, you'd see that PDF show up. Another thing that's really cool that I'll show you how to build out is we have organizations, right? So once you create an account, you can switch between an actual team-based organization, or you can go to your own personal account here. So this is my personal account. All my files will be completely isolated from my other accounts. So the organization feature is built directly in the Clerk. I didn't have to build any of these components or this modal that's popping up. So I can actually go here and I can invite new people to my project, and I can select what role they want to be. So if you're a member, you don't have access to delete files. You just have access to upload files. But if you're an admin, you have access to delete whatever you want. Okay, and so as an admin, I have access to delete any file that belongs to me and other files that exist on this organization. But if I were to go and switch a user from no longer being an admin to being a member, now I don't have access to delete their files. Okay, so I have some type of role-based authorization set up to kind of hide things in the UI and also prevent the backend from ever allowing certain actions, which is pretty cool. But of course, you still have access to delete the files that you upload. And then of course, we have the ability to manage your account, where you can come in through here. If I want to basically change what my profile picture looked like. So let's just go ahead and grab a screenshot here and go ahead and upload this. Click continue, click finish. You'll see that my image updates down here, and now my WebDev Cody icon is gone, and now I just have a screenshot. Okay, so that was all updated live. And like I mentioned, all of the backend is written using Convex, which is a real-time database. So basically, if I were to go to any of these files and modify the data in the Convex dashboard, let's just go ahead and go here and say like, hello world. Go ahead and save that and go back to the UI. Notice that that instantly updates because of the way WebSockets are hooked into Convex. We get live update events as our data is changing. It makes our code a lot more concise that we have to write, and much easier to have a really live, great user experience. So this is a longer video. Hope you guys have time to watch through it and learn something new. I think you guys are going to learn something really good. I really enjoyed working on this tutorial, so I hope you guys enjoy it as well. Let's just go ahead and jump into the code and get started. All right, let's just go ahead and get started. I'm going to create a new repository for this project, and I'm going to call it file drive. Okay, keep it short and sweet. And then I'll say MIT. I'll make this public. So throughout this tutorial, I am going to be doing commits. So if you ever want to go back to a particular part in the tutorial, you can go and check out that commit. Or if you want to skip ahead and like bypass all of this setup stuff because you're a little bit more advanced, you already know how to set up a Next.js project in Convex and Clerk, you can just go ahead and check out directly to commit if you want to. All right, let's go ahead and clone file drive over to my workspace folder. So I'll say git clone, and then I'll paste that URL in, and that should set up a directory called file drive. I can go ahead and reopen that with VS Code, and we could probably start coding. So we're going to start with setting up a Next.js project. If you go to the Convex docs and go to the quick start guide, they have a Next.js section. So let's just go ahead and run npx create next app latest. And instead of putting a project name, I'll just do dot. It should just kind of use file drive for the project name. And that'll ask you a couple of things of like, how do you want your Next.js project set up? We're going to use the defaults for everything. The Typescript, Tailwind, etc. All right, so the next steps is we need to install Convex, right? So this is an npm package. You just go ahead and install it. Go ahead and run this. That should install the Convex package. And now to initialize your Convex project, just run npx convex dev. And if this is the first time running this, it'll like ask you to sign in and get this all set up. But I've already done that. So it's going to say, hey, we notice that this is a new project. Let's just go ahead and say, yes, we do want a new project. And I'm going to put it as part of my web dev Cody team. Here's the project name. And that should take your project and get it set up in Convex. Now, if we go back to our Convex dashboard, you'll see that that project just showed up automatically for us. And we can click it. And this is the dashboard that we're going to use as we're developing out our Convex application. There's a lot of things in here that we'll kind of use in the future. I'm not going to dive into them just yet. But just know that this is a very useful dashboard to do your development and to kind of run functions manually and to inspect your data as you're creating things. So now let's just continue down. We do have to create this Convex client provider. So inside a source app, I will go ahead and make that Convex client provider, and we'll just copy over this code. So let's just click this copy button and paste that in. And so we're going to use this provider inside of our layout and kind of just wrap all of our components so it has access to various Convex hooks. If we were to go down here to the layout, they give an example of how to do it. Basically import the provider and wrap the children. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Okay, and then we'll auto import that. So I do want to verify that we have Next Public's Convex URL set up. So if we go to our .env local, you'll see that Convex already put that there. And that's kind of to tell our React app how to connect to our Convex backend so we can kind of start doing queries and mutations to store data. So the second thing we're going to do is I want to make another terminal here, and I'm going to run our next app. So we can run dev. That's how you can spin up your next app. Go ahead and rename those terminals. So now if we go to localhost 3000, you see that our next app is set up. So cool. So I think we're set up on that aspect. The next part is we do want to set up authentication. If you go to the Convex documentation, they do tell you how to set up with Clerk, which is what we're going to be using. So I'll type authentication here. I'll go to Clerk, and they have a setup guide for Next.js. So going to the Clerk dashboard, I'm going to go ahead and create a new project, and I'm going to call it file drive. And we're going to keep it with Google and email for authentication for right now, just to keep it simple. But they do have a bunch of different social media sign-in options. If you ever need to opt into those in the future, it's very easy to get set up. So let's create our Clerk app. And then we're going to copy these API keys, and we're going to put them in our env local as well. So go ahead and paste those in. The next step to integrate Clerk with Convex is you have to go to this JWT tokens. And you can just go ahead and click on this Convex icon. It already has a first-class integration with Convex, which is nice. And so we're going to copy this issuer key here, copy it, and then just click Apply Changes, right? So using that issuer key, we need to go to Convex here, and we're going to make an auth.config.ts file. So say new auth.config, yes. And we're going to go ahead and paste in that link so I don't lose it from my clipboard. But then using the Convex docs, we're going to go ahead and just paste that in here into this object. So this is going to tell Clerk how to phone home when we get a token and authenticate it against Clerk basically, because we need to use Clerk for authenticating the front end, like maybe showing some widgets or hiding some widgets, but also when we make API requests, we need to verify that the user making the request has a correct Clerk token and should be authenticated to do that request, right? And then finally, we need to install Clerk. Instead of Clerk React, I'm going to install Clerk Next as a different package since we are using Next.js. So I'm going to run npm install at clerk/nextjs. That should give us the libraries that we need. Okay, and then moving on to step 8, we have to basically wrap our Convex provider with this Clerk provider. So let's just go ahead and copy these. All right, so let's open the Convex client provider, and I'm going to paste in that example code here. And we're going to auto import the Clerk provider from Clerk Next.js, and then also the Convex provider with Clerk. Now the main thing that needs to change here is instead of rendering out app, we have to render out children. And delete that. I don't remember what to put here, so let's just go ahead and do .env local, and I believe it's this next public clerk publishable key, process env, and I'll type that in. And then over here for use auth, I do believe we have to import that as well. So although we have the Clerk package kind of installed and we wrapped our application with the Clerk providers and the Convex providers, we do want to make a middleware file so that it can kind of authenticate our endpoints faster. So middleware.ts, and I'll go ahead and paste that in. And the way this works is you have this matcher that basically says every single endpoint, I just want you to go ahead and make sure that you're authenticated. And if you want to make a couple of endpoints that are public, you can make a publics route directory here. And I'll just go ahead and put a /. Okay, so that's telling Clerk that, hey, someone can go to the dashboard and don't like redirect them to a login page. And let me show you what happens if I don't do this. Okay, so let's leave that blank. I'll refresh the page here, and that should redirect us to a Clerk login page, which might not be what we want for our landing page, right? So let's just go ahead and make that a public route. And then I'm going to go ahead and go back. I think that finishes the setup for Convex and Clerk, but the very last thing I want to bring in is Shadcn. Shadcn is the component library that I like to use in all my applications. I find it really nice and really fun to use. So let's just go ahead and install this. We're going to skip this command because we already have a Next project set up, but you can install Shadcn by running this next command here. So go ahead and run that. And this is also going to have a questionnaire that asks you some stuff. So I'm going to do the default style. You can change your base colors. I'll just keep it as slate. I'll say yes for CSS variables. And there we go. It should be set up. By the way, if you haven't used Shadcn before, they have all these components you can basically just install into your application by running a CLI command. But they also have a examples link here that has like fully worked out applications where you can kind of view the code and you can pick and choose and bring stuff in. For example, this work queue is something that I've actually brought into another side project that I work on. It's super easy to kind of just go to GitHub repo and copy code over into your project and have exactly what you're seeing here. So now that Shadcn is installed, let's just verify that everything's working with it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to components here, and we're going to find a button component. And the way you can install different components is you basically just run this command in your project. And that'll pull in a button component and it'll put it in a components directory over here. So notice that we have a button. And if we were to go to our main page and probably delete like all this boilerplate next stuff, let's just delete all that. What we're going to do is I'm going to add a button, auto import that and say hello world. And let's verify that this shows up on our application. There you go. So now Shadcn is hooked up correctly. You can click this and hover over it and do stuff. So we verified Shadcn's working. Let's also verify that Clerk is set up properly. The cool thing about Clerk is that they provide you a bunch of components that are kind of working directly with Next.js from the get-go. So we go back to all docs and we go to components. You'll see they have like a sign-in component. They have a sign-in button. If we just were to grab this sign-in button and put it on our application, we should automatically get a modal. I think there's also a mode here. Go ahead and import that. I think there's a mode, and you can say modal if you want to. And so this will give us a button that the user can click, and then a modal will pop up, and they can actually sign in right in this modal, right? So this is all built into Clerk. I didn't have to write this modal. It's pretty cool. Let's try signing in with Google. And I'll just use my web dev Cody account. So we just signed in with the modal and we got redirected back to our home page. But how do we know if we're actually signed in? Like, we should probably hide this button and show like a sign out button if we are signed in. So one way you can do this is you can say const session is equal to use session, like this. And I'm actually going to convert this to a client component because I do believe use session has to be used in a client component. So going back to Clerk, let's look at some of the other components that they give you. Notice that they do give you quite a bit, but there's one that is called signed in, right? So if you want to actually dynamically show things on the page based on if you're signed in or signed out, you could just use this component and wrap different things on your page. So for example, let's just bring in that signed in component from Clerk Next.js. And we're going to go ahead and just wrap our sign in button. Actually, this needs to be a sign out button. So we're going to actually copy this. I'll call it sign out button, like this. And then we're going to go ahead and say signed out from Clerk Next, like this. So those components basically abstract away looking at your session to see if you're logged in or logged out. And then it'll show whatever you want based on that. So I can go ahead and click on sign out, and that should delete our cookie and like delete our session. But notice that it's not really styled. We do want this to be styled like the Shadcn button. So we can actually just take this button and we can put that inside as a child. And I believe it'll already be, let's change this to sign out. And then let's also go over here to the sign in button, like this. Paste that in, I'll say sign in. Okay, so let's click it. That should sign us out. Click sign in, we get the modal, and we can sign back in. Awesome. So Shadcn is set up, Clerk is set up. Convex, we need to actually start doing something in Convex to verify authentication is all correctly hooked up into Convex. So let's create our first query in Convex. And typically the way you name your files in Convex is your files should map one-to-one with your like data models or your tables. And so since we're making like a Google Drive type of clone, it'd be nice to be able to store files. Okay. So let's just make a file called files.ts. And inside of this Typescript file, we can just say export const create file. And we're going to say that's going to be equal to mutation, which we're going to have to import from server. If I have to put / there, okay. And so what a mutation is basically an endpoint that you can call from your front-end React code, and it's going to do some type of modification such as store an entry into the Convex's database. There's also a concept of a query. That's basically if you need to fetch data from your Convex database. And then there's a third thing called an action, and you use actions if you ever need to contact a third-party library or a third-party service such as like OpenAI. But we won't cover that just yet. So when you make a mutation, you can pass in some args. I'll keep them blank for right now. And then you also need to define a handler. Okay. I'll put async in front of there. And so how the handler works is from the front end, you can pass in whatever type of arguments you want. And then you can take those arguments, you can do some validation on them. Some validation is actually built in directly to Convex if you want to. So for example, if you want to store like a name, so like a file name, I can go ahead and bring in v from Convex values, and we will call this a string. And so now this is a mutation that we can call from the front end. We have to pass in a string. Okay, so in this mutation, basically, we're going to pretend like there's a form where a user can type in a name of a file and also maybe like select the file to upload that. So Convex has a database built in, and we can basically say await context.db.insert, and then we can name what table we want. In our case, you can just put this whatever string you want. We'll call it files, but you can name it whatever. And then finally, you want to store the name. So I'll just go ahead and say args.name. Okay. So now we can actually invoke this from our front end. If we were to click a button or something, we could just have it call this. Maybe we should do that real quick. So let's go back to page.tsx, and we'll just add a quick button here that has an on click, and we need it to do something. So I'll just call it click me for right now. But the way you can actually pull in these mutation functions on your front end client components is you say const create file is equal to use mutation, and then we're going to bring in api.files.create file. See how easy that was? You get all this nice type safety with Convex out of the box. So now from our front end, let's call create file. So down here, if you were to click this, we're just going to go ahead and call this method. We're going to pass in name of hello world. Okay. So going back to the UI, let's see if this all works. I should be able to click on that click me button. And that should have sent a request to Convex using a WebSocket event. And if we go over to Convex and look at our data, notice that files automatically got added dynamically. And then we can see that we have that hello world. So one really cool thing about Convex is everything is live, right? So as you keep on adding files, this will automatically update for you instantly. Vice versa, if I were to go over here and change some values and we had that displayed, that would update in our UI as well. So, but I'll show that in a second. We did get everything hooked up. We have a mutation that's being called from our front end. You saw right there, we just stored an object that had name of hello world. The second thing I want to kind of introduce you to is something called a query. So we showed you a mutation that's for creating and storing data into your database. How do you get that data back out? So let's just go ahead and say export const get files is equal to a query. And then that's going to take an args of empty object and then also async handler context args like this. And we're going to go ahead and say return context dot db dot query files. And then we'll say collect. And that's how you can basically fetch all of the entries that were stored in that table and send them over to the front end, right? So the last step is we have to call this from the front end. So let's go back to our page TSX, and pattern is very similar. You just basically say const get files is equal to use query API files get files. Now the difference is if you had arguments, you could pass those in. In our case, we don't need to, so let's just go ahead and leave it blank. But if you hover over this, you'll see that this is an array of anything. So that's basically going to grab everything from that files table and send it back to us. And we can actually display those. And I'm actually going to rename this as just files. I don't know why I called it get files. Let's go down here. I'm going to say files.map. And then for every file we get back, let's just return a div that has maybe a key file underscore ID, I believe will exist on that. And then we can just go ahead and say file.name. Okay, probably need to do a money sign here. And it's not maps, it's just map. Okay, so now if we go back to our UI, notice that hello world shows up. But if I were to keep on clicking this button, notice that we keep on creating data. Convex is going to store that data into its database. That triggers off a notification to send a WebSocket event to every query that's listening to those rows or those tables that have changed. So every client that's connected that's listening for that files table is going to get that update, and that'll change, right? So I can actually have like multiple tabs open like this. And as I'm clicking on one, like you'll see the data pop up over here. As I click over here, you'll see it pop up over here. And then also I can just go ahead and just delete all of these and you'll see them clear out on the right. So there's the whole like live data, real-time database aspect of Convex, which I just wanted to kind of demo for you all because I do think it is a game changer that makes writing UIs very, very easy. So one thing I want to point out is that like when you hovered over the types of files, it just says any of array, not the best, right? So Convex has a way to create a schema like this. And inside the schema, you can actually define what your tables look like what fields are required, what properties are required on those fields, etc. Let's go to data over here. And I'm actually going to click on this button at the bottom that says show schema. And Convex is going to give you a recommended schema based on what your table already looks like, right? So I can just go ahead and grab this generated schema. And then I'll paste that in here. And now if we go back to our code and hover over files, notice that it's type safe now. Our front end knows exactly what our back end is going to return to us and what that data is going to look like because we're just returning stuff that was directly from schema. So that's what we're going to do going forward is we'll start defining the schema. And I promise there's just one more thing I'm going to talk about. That is how do you get authentication working on the backend side of things, right? With Convex, we have to know if the user who's making that request is logged in. You don't want just anyone creating files and fetching files, right? So in order to know if someone is logged in, you can actually just look at this context. So I say context dot and then auth get user identity. So I'm going to say const identity is equal to this. I'm going to wait on it. And then if we were to console log or just do identity dot, because I think it's type safe, notice that we get back all of this information. Okay, so if identity is defined, we know that the user is logged in and they've been validated against Clerk because of that auth config that we set up. If it's not defined, then we know that they're not logged in. Okay, so for example, if someone tries to create a file, we can say if there is no identity, Then we're just going to go ahead and throw new convex error like this. You must be logged in to create a file or upload a file or something. Okay, so let's verify this. I'm going to go ahead and just go back to our app, and we are not signed in right now. Okay, so if I were to click this, notice that the backend throws an error. It says convex error, you must be logged in to upload a file. So now we've actually authenticated our backend mutation, which is great. We don't want anyone just uploading files. And secondly, when someone tries to fetch all the files, they should probably be logged in as well. So we're going to take this approach, and we're going to do something similar to the query. We're going to get the identity and say if there is no identity, then we're just going to return an empty array, okay? So that the UI doesn't just like crash for people. All right, so there's a setup with everything and a walkthrough of just getting some mutations and queries written in Convex, getting this set up with Next.js, Shadcn, and Clerk. I'm going to go ahead and commit, and I'll just say initial setup of project and sync that up. All right, so at this point, I think there's a couple things we could do in the UI to spruce it up and make it look a little bit better. So first of all, we could probably get a header up here that shows an avatar if you're logged in or logged out. Let's try doing that first. Let's go over to our layout, and inside the layout we want a header to exist on every single page. So we could just, above the children, we could pretend like we have a header component, and then we're going to go over here and we're going to create one. So we'll say header.tsx, and we will just go ahead and say export function header, and then we're going to return a div, and we're just going to style it a little bit. So I'll say class name is equal to, and we'll give it a border bottom. And inside of this header, there's a couple things we could do. First of all, we could probably put a container so that the entire thing is kind of centered on the page. I'll say MX auto, and that'll center it. And I'll just say hello world for right now. And we're going to go back and we're going to import this header in the layout. So now we have a header showing up. So what I want to add is, you know, in most applications in the top right, there is like an avatar, and then you click it and it gives you more options. That's actually built into Clerk in this user button. So if we were to grab this user button, go ahead and put it up there, we should be able to see our name. You click on it, you get a drop down of signing out and managing an account. You click on this, you get a modal that you can actually just use to do more security configurations on your Clerk user here. You can change and update your image, you can remove your image. Yeah, so we just want to center this and get it onto the far right. And we're going to go ahead and just here, we'll say justify between, we'll give it a flex. And I think that should push it left and right. And then on the header itself, let's just go ahead and give it like a padding Y of 4, and then BG gray of 50. So it's just a little bit different from the actual body. And then the last thing, this isn't really centered vertically. So if you're familiar with Flexbox, all you need to do is say items center on any Flexbox parent, and then all of the children will be centered vertically like this. So it's already looking like a real application, right? We got a header, it looks pretty good. Now for hello world, I think we should put like a, you know, a logo or something. So we could actually just call this like file drive. Okay, and if we had an icon, we could put that up there, and we won't worry about making it all perfect right now. The second thing I plan to do is we want to add organizations to this file drive app we're building, right? Clerk has organization support built into it. And again, if I were to just grab in this organization switcher component, we could put that directly next to our user button. Okay, I'll just go ahead and paste that in, and I'll import that. And I think on here, let's just go ahead and give this like a flex gap of 2. So there's a little bit of spacing between them. Now let's go back to the UI. Now, right now it's not showing up, and the reason it's not showing up is because you actually have to enable organizations on your Clerk application. So let's go back to Clerk. Here it is. And then we're going to go to organization settings, and we want to enable it. Okay, there's a little toggle switch over here that my head is hiding. But if I click on this, that'll turn on organizations. And now you can actually have users create their own organizations and invite people to it. Let's go back to the UI and just refresh it. And we should see an organization drop down. So now if you click this, you can actually go and create an organization so you can have multiple people have access to the files that we plan to upload in our application, right? So I'm going to go ahead and call this my awesome team, and I'm going to create the organization. And then you can actually invite other people to this organization, which will send them an email, I believe. and then they can kind of log into your application as well. And you can also select if they're a member or an admin. I think admins are able to like delete people from the organization, etc. I'm going to skip this for right now. Just go ahead and say skip. But now we actually have my awesome team organization. And what we plan to do is you're going to have an org ID that we're going to attach to our data, right? So all of this data that we're adding to our system, we can attach an org ID so that everyone who's part of our organization can edit, modify, delete, etc. So if you go to organization settings in Clerk and go to roles, you can actually create custom roles over here. We're probably going to just keep it simple like member. And then if you're a member, you can like read and write and delete all these files from the application. But there's also permissions as well, which I believe you can assign those to roles. Okay, so like these are the permissions over here. So if you have like fine-grained controls you want to add to these different roles, you can do that. And then also if you click on this organizations link here, you will see that we have my awesome team showing up and we have an org ID. And there's one member associated with that. And if I look at my Cody Seibert account, I'm pretty sure you can see that they are part of this organization and they are an admin. All right, so bringing in organizations does make everything a little bit more complex, but we're going to get through this. If you need to figure out what organization that we're on, you can use a use organization hook in your front end, and then you get back this data that we can use to basically pass to Convex to say, you know what, give us all of the files that are associated with a particular organization. Okay, so that's the steps we're going to try to take. We're going to figure this out. So let's go to the UI and let's go to our page. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and say const organization is equal to use organization. And I'm going to go ahead and auto import that. If you look at this, you get all of this data that you can use. Now, I think what we really care about is organization here. So I'm going to go ahead and just say organization. And that is going to have organization resource or null or undefined. So let's go ahead and just do a dot on this and figure out with Typescript what we have. And I think we're looking for like an organization ID. So let's go ahead and scroll through this. We have an ID here. Let's console log this out and let's make sure we're on the right path. Okay, so over here we get the org ID. This is what we need to associate on all of our data so that different organizations are kind of isolated from each other. Okay. So let's refactor our Convex code a little bit so we can actually store that. So I'm going to go to my schema and we're going to store an organization ID. I'll just call it org ID. I'm sorry, we need to put it on the table. So on side of files, we're going to say org ID is equal to v.string, like that. And now if we go back to our mutation, it's going to be required. So we need to pass an org ID and we're going to assume it's going to come over from arg's org ID. Okay. Going up here, we'll say org ID. That's also a string. And now when we create a file, the front end needs to pass in the org ID. So down here, this needs to be org ID, and then we need to get organization.id. Okay. Now there's some issues. This could potentially be null or undefined. So if that's not defined, let's just not do anything when you click the button. And that should be good. Now the second thing we want to do is inside of get files, we only want to get back the files that are associated with, you guessed it, an org ID. So let's just go ahead and bring that in. And then instead of doing a full-on query, because this is going to fetch back everything from that files table, we want to probably create something called an index. Okay, so over here inside of files, after define table, we can say index, and we can say by org ID. And then we're going to go ahead and specify what fields we need to index by. So I'm going to say org ID. And what this allows us to do is now that we have an index, we have a really fast way to query for certain things in our database. In our case, we want to query with index by org ID. And then we want to go ahead and query based on. Now in Convex, it's kind of a little bit different how you do this query builder. You get this like callback function and you say Q, and then you basically say return Q dot equals org ID, args.org ID. And then finally, you have to close that and say select. All right, so does that make sense? Now, we didn't pass the org ID when we do the query, so we need to do that. Let's go ahead and we're going to make sure that OrgID is defined like this. If it's not, then we're going to skip, right? But if it is defined, we're going to say organization.id. This is a built-in way in Convex to basically say, don't run this query until certain things are done loading. Often you have to like fetch data from some type of third-party service or just fetch data from a query before you can start doing more queries, right? So there's like a dependency chain. In our case, we're saying, hey, we need to make sure that organization ID is defined like this. I think this needs to be a, this needs to be an object with OrgID. Typescript is helping me out here. Okay. So recap. If this is defined, we're going to go ahead and make the query using this object. If it's not defined, we skip it. And so our UI just will wait until everything is ready, and then it'll make the actual query. So what this allows us to do, if we didn't have an issue with the data, so what happens right here is we just changed our data in Convex, but we didn't run a migration. We didn't loop over all the records that were already existing and add in an OrgID. Okay. So the proper way to do this, if you're in production, is this would need to be an optional field. So v.optional. Okay. So I'm going to add v.optional there. And now our UI won't complain about that. It's just now we have a bunch of data that doesn't have an OrgID. Okay. So what you really end up doing is you make a file or a mutation that loops through all your data. It tacks on a default value, and then you can come back through and you can delete this optional field. Since we're just doing like early development stages and rapid prototype, we could just clear the table, just delete all the documents, and we can start fresh. Okay, and what that allows you to do is when you save your file, Convex can progress forward because it doesn't run into a collision with how your schema is defined and what the data it's seeing in your table. All right, so going back to the UI, let's just make sure this works. I'm going to go ahead and click me. There we go. We got 2 hello worlds. Now, just to kind of verify everything's working, I'm going to create another organization. Okay, I'll say other test org. I'll create that. Don't invite anybody. And notice that it doesn't have any records. Okay. If I click it, it goes ahead and it creates hello world. So now I can switch between org1 and org2. So my awesome team. And this has completely separate data between my different organizations. I also have a personal account that I could use too, right? Which I am kind of curious. I guess OrgID wouldn't be set for a personal account. So that's something else we'll have to kind of consider and think about. Because right now clicking this, it's not even doing anything. So let's just go ahead and handle that. Like let's say someone would just want to have a personal account with their own files they want to upload. How would we address that? Well, we could basically overload the OrgID and probably just store like the token or something. So instead of passing OrgID, let's scroll down a little bit. When we call create file, we could pass in organization.id, but this is potentially not even defined, right? So like if it's a personal account, this won't be defined. Actually, let's just console log what this is because I'm really not sure what this is when you're a personal account. So let's click it. It is null, right? So we're not part of an organization here. We're just a personal account. So I think we just need to add a little bit more logic of how this is going to work, where basically we probably need to also check if this is loading. So we're going to get a little bit more complicated here. I'm going to say if this is loading, then we're going to skip. Otherwise, we're going to use the OrgID if it's defined. But in our case, organization may never be defined, right? So we're going to go ahead and also bring in the user. So I'll say use user like this. User should have a user.id on it. Okay. And so we're just going to go ahead and say like const org ID is equal to organization.id, or we could fall back on user of ID. And then we can use that for the personal accounts too. And I think I got this backward. Is loaded. That's when we should probably say org ID. Otherwise, we should say skip. And let's kind of figure out what's going on here. So it's saying org ID is potentially undefined. I think it's because user could also be undefined. All right, bear with me. We're just going to do a little bit more refactoring. So we're going to call this organization, and we're going to actually just pull that out. And we're going to say if this is loaded and user is loaded, and then we know that we have like some type of org ID, right? I'm going to try to like figure out a better way to do this. For some reason, I'm having a hard time figuring this out. I'm going to set this to null, and then I'm going to say if organization is loaded, and we're going to go ahead and just like not do ternaries. I'm going to say if this is loaded, and also user is loaded, and we're going to say org ID is equal to organization dot id or user.user.id. And then I'm actually going to restructure this a little bit. I'm just going to say if org ID is defined, then use it, otherwise skip. All right, sorry, that was a little bit complex, but I think I figured out what I need to do. There's probably a way we can clean this up and make it look a little nicer, but we need to make sure we pass in org ID here, which should be defined, but I'm also going to say if it's not defined, then let's just not do anything. Org ID needs to be a string, so let's just go ahead and define that as a string. And can we set that to undefined? Or undefined, maybe? Okay, I'm just adding types to make this happy because down here it was kind of complaining. All right, let's just try this out. I know there's probably ways we can make this better. So first of all, I think you guys get the gist of the sign in, sign out stuff. I don't think we need this on our page anymore. Let's just delete it. I think it'll make this a lot easier to follow. And now if you click on click me, it'll create that, but it's going to use our user ID instead of the org ID. Okay, so now we have like a dual purpose org ID that we're overloading with the user ID. Maybe it's a bad idea. I don't know, but it'll work. Cool, so just to verify, I can switch between my various accounts and I can have this data basically be isolated from each other. But that is only the first part of it, right? You have to make sure that your backend is properly authenticated, right? Right now, we call create file and we call get files. We pass in whatever org ID we want. And all we're checking is to make sure that we're logged in. We're not checking to make sure that the user identity that comes back actually has access to the organizations that we're trying to request from, right? Now, there's different ways we could go about trying to make sure that the user has access to this org ID. One approach is we could make requests to the Clerk API and just verify on every single request, does this user have access to this org ID? That probably won't be the most performant. And also there's probably going to be some type of rate limiting that you're going to hit as your application grows larger and you're doing all of these authentication checks all the time. Another approach is we could actually put a claim on the JWT token to keep track of the org ID that is currently active in the token, right? But there are some limitations of that as well. The way Convex works, from what I know, with this identity token, you have to follow properties that live on the open ID spec. And so that means we'd have to basically take the org ID and put it into a field that isn't called org ID, like gender, or put it on address or some weird field, which feels kind of like a hack. So I think the best approach, in my opinion, is using some type of webhooks so that when organizations are created and also when users are attached to organizations, we get a webhook back from Clerk and we can store that in our schema. Also, when users are created, we could use that to store like a users table so that we can have faster access to like know about this stuff instead of having to do a hack with a token or like contacting Clerk every single time. Now, getting that set up is a little bit more involved, so I'll just copy and paste some code and I'll kind of walk you through how it works. So with Convex, you have the ability to make an http.ts file, and that gives you a publicly accessible traditional REST API that you can kind of make and have various services hit, right? So if I go over here and say http.ts and paste all that in, we're going to go ahead and delete the Stripe one. And yeah, so the way this works is we're going to set up Clerk to send us a webhook when a user is created or a user is attached to an organization. And we're going to kind of update our database to keep track of that stuff, right? So user created is all we need for right now. User deleted, we don't need. And basically what happens is you're going to take the request payload and you want to verify that this has been, it's sent over from Clerk, right? So there's a cryptographic signature that's attached to it. We have to verify that it's all good. And if it is good, we'll get here and we can actually get the data that came back. Now, the way Convex works is that it has different types of runtimes. So it has a Node.js runtime, but it also has a V8 isolate runtime, right? So this package that we're going to end up bringing in called SVIX, this is what we're going to use to kind of sign and verify the webhook that came in. But this won't work on a V8 isolate, right? So we have to bring in something called a convex action so that we can actually pass some data and have the action run in Node and verify something. Okay, so I'm going to make another file here called clerk. I'll just go here. I'll say clerk.ts, paste it in. And here is the package that we actually need to install. So I'm going to say npm install SVIX. That should get installed. I think we also need to install clerk-sdk-node. So I'll just go ahead and install that one. Some things I want to point out is that we created something called an internal action. This is something new. Basically in Convex, you have the ability to make all these mutations, queries, and actions internal, which means that they can only ever be called by other queries, mutations, and actions from in your system. Okay, so they're like private. They're locked down. There's no public access to them. Other than if you go to your Convex UI, you can invoke those internal actions and mutations from your UI if you want to. But again, why would you use an action? An action is used anytime you need to interact with like a third-party service. In this case, we don't really need to interact with a third-party service, but we do just need to call something from this HTTP endpoint, right? So now that we have this clerk file, we're going to pass in the signatures and the payload that we got back from the webhook from Clerk. Notice here we're saying context run action, and we call that method. And then we pass some data. And then we will get a webhook result if everything is good. And if not, you know, something will crash and we'll send back an error to Clerk. And they can retry later. And then over here, what we need to do is when a user is created in Clerk, they're going to send us a message and say, hey, we just, someone just signed up in our auth system. What do you want to do with it, right? So we're going to go to the schema, and I'm going to make a users table. So I'm going to say define table. And what we need to store here is basically the token identifier, right? So if we go here, I believe this has something called a token identifier on it. Let's go back to our schema. I'm going to put that there. I'll say v.string. And then we should probably also store the clerk ID. That could be a string as well. And then we'll go back to files, delete that. And when this HTTP webhook comes in, what we want to do is we want to create a new user. So I'm going to go ahead and make a file here called users.ts. And we want to make a mutation. So I'm going to say export const create user is equal to a mutation. Like this. Technically, this could be an internal mutation. Remember, we just talked about that because we don't want to call it from anywhere else in our application. We want to just call this from our HTTP webhook that comes in. Okay, so what we need to do here is the create user mutation needs to take in some information, such as the clerk ID and probably also the identifier token. Now that I think about it, I think we just need the token identifier. Let's just go ahead and delete clerk user. And then we're just going to go ahead and pass in token identifier, which we should probably go to create user over here. And we should allow that to be passed in as a string like this. Okay. So over here, let's just do that. Token identifier. I don't know why I had that other thing. The token identifier, and that needs to take in our case, I believe we have the subject. I want to look something up. Right now, we can just go ahead and say result.data.id. That'll be the user ID. But I do think there's something else I want to attach to this. so that it'll work fine with our token that we're getting in Convex. The way I'm going to check that, I'm going to go back to our UI here. I'm going to click on Click Me, and this is printing out the token identifier. Notice that my head's blocking it, but it's that issuer with a pipe and then the clerk ID. So we can do something very similar when we get that WebSocket event. So I'm going to go ahead and just hard code this right here, and then we're going to pass in the we'll pass in the ID over here. Okay. So the reason it looks like this is because let's say you have multiple different providers. This is a unique identifier knowing that this is coming from Clerk versus coming from Auth0 or some other type of authentication system. And so like in our mutations, when we're trying to access that token identifier, it's going to have this prefix. Now this prefix probably should come from an environment variable when you go to production, but it's just going to be hard coded to match what we have here in the auth config for now. All right, so at this point, when a user is created in Clerk, it'll send over that event. It should get saved in our database and everything should be good. So I think the very last steps that we need to do is we have to go over to Clerk, and let me close some of this stuff because at this point there's just too many tabs open. Let's delete that one. I think that should be good. Delete that one. This one. There we go. Okay, so let's go to Clerk and let's do webhooks. And then we're going to create a webhook so that when a user is created, we get that event. So let's go to add endpoint. And for right now, I'm going to add our convex endpoint. We go to the docs, they tell us what it is. So it's your deployment name .convex.site. So let's just grab this. And this is what we're going to use when we set up our Clerk webhook. So paste that in. What is our deployment name? It is, remember, it's in that Clerk configuration in our local. So over here, it is Adventurous Cayman 790. Paste that in, this. And then we also need to say slash, and then we can say Clerk, because that is the route that we provided here, just path of /clerk. So now that we have the endpoint, we can go ahead and filter for certain messages. So for example, user created, we definitely want. And then we probably also want organization membership created. So I believe this is when a user is attached to an organization. I think we also want user updated as well. I mean, you could add in user deleted and stuff. Let's just go ahead and create. Let's look at the event catalog real quick. So they kind of list out all the different things. Let's look at the membership. I want to see if that's something that we need. So membership created. This is saying an organization of this ID was attached to public user data user ID. Okay, so I think we need that. What about user updated? Does this give us the organizations that are part of this user? It doesn't seem like it. So in fact, I think I'm going to simplify this. We don't need to listen to all those events. We just need to listen to two right now. I mean, maybe in the future we need more. So we don't want user updated yet. So I'll save that one. So once you created this webhook configuration, you do need to grab the signing secret, and we need to put that in our Convex environment. Okay, so that's something that we haven't done yet. In Convex itself, you have to go and you have to go to settings and you have to add an environment variable. So here I'll say Clerk Webhook secret. I'm going to paste in that webhook secret. Okay, now that we have that environment variable that's hooked into our dev Convex environment, we can use that somewhere. So when we call this fulfill method, we're already pulling it in. Okay, so now that's going to hopefully verify that the webhook comes in is actually from Clerk, and everything should be good. But at this point, let's test it out. I want to see if I were to go to my app and just like, first of all, I'm going to sign out. And then we're going to go to Clerk and go to users. Okay. And I'm just going to go ahead and delete this user, which would probably delete his organizations maybe. I might just delete the organizations too, just to simplify what we're doing. Okay, so now hopefully if I were to go back and log in which I don't even see a login button. So I think we need to make sure we had that in. Let's go to a header. Where's our login button? We don't have one. So sign in button, and we only want to show that if we're not signed in. So I'm going to say signed out. There we go. So click it. That should sign us in. And because we're logging in with a email that we've deleted out of Clerk, that should create our Clerk user. And then that should send us a webhook event. So if we go to our logs, we should see we get that webhook event, create user. Awesome. Go to data, look at the users table. The user was actually not added to the users table. So we got to debug that and figure out what went wrong there. Because there were no errors in our backend, right? It said users create user was success, but it didn't actually add anything. So let's go to users real quick, and it's because we didn't implement it. Okay, that's why. So let's go here. I'm going to say await context db dot insert into that users table, and we need to pass in the args dot token identifier. All right. The cool thing is I can actually just kind of like bake this real quick. If I go to functions, I go to users, create users. I could just run the function manually. Okay. And I just need to get the token identifier, which we should have. I think that was like printing out somewhere at some point. I think if we just go to like files, create file. Oh, I have to click the button. Let's just click the button. We got the token identifier. I'm just going to go ahead and like force this manually inside of Convex so that we can store this. Run the mutation. That should create the user. I'll go to data, go to the users table. There it is. And now what this allows us to do is we can actually listen for when organizations are created as well. And we could potentially attach those to this user. Okay. So let's try doing that too. I know this is a lot of information, but it's good to understand how all this stuff works, because as you integrate with third-party services, this is real life programming, right? You have to understand how this works. So what we're also going to do is we're going to say here, we're going to say orgs, or I guess we can call it OrgIDs, which is an array of v.string. Okay. And we're going to default this right now. We'll say OrgIDs is equal to just an empty array. But as you're granted access to more organizations, we need to add them to this list. Okay, so let's go to HTTP, and we're going to listen for another event type. I'm going to say case. I'll say organization membership created. Hopefully this would only ever fire after the user event has come in. I don't know if there's a guarantee to that, but we're going to make another method called, we'll call it like add org ID to user. And then we're going to go ahead here, and we have the token identifier, so we're going to keep that. But then we also need the org ID, which should be result.data. Let's look through here. We have organization. And then we also have ID. Okay, so that's the org ID. And then for result data, I think this is actually supposed to be like public user data, user ID. I don't know. We'll figure it out. So let's go over here. I'm going to make another method that is going to be called add org ID to user. That's going to be an internal mutation, so it's only ever called internally. And that needs to take in a token identifier, which is a string. I'm sorry, this needs to take in an org ID. And what we're going to do is we're going to first get back the user information. So await context db dot query. We need to get the users table, but we're going to have to add an index to schema. So I'm going to go ahead and say with, or I'm sorry, I'm going to say index, and then I'm going to go ahead and say by token identifier. And that's going to be that token identifier field. And this is going to allow us to do faster lookup. So I can say with index by token identifier. And we'll say q.equals token identifier args.token identifier. Okay, so look up the users table, get the one that's by the token identifier, get the user, and we can simply just say org ID Oh, I forgot to say collect. Or actually, I think you can just say first. There we go. And then I can say get the current org IDs. It looks like user could be undefined. So I'm going to say if there is no user, then we should probably just throw an error. New convex error expected user to be defined. And then over here, we'll just append. So I'll say user.org-IDs, and then we'll pass in the new org ID. Woo, okay, so that hopefully when I create a new organization, that should hopefully append that org ID into my user record. Now, one thing I think we need to go through here is we'll have to edit this, and we'll have to say org IDs is equal to an empty array. Actually, that's complaining. Let's just delete it. And then I'm going to save this. I'm going to go back and I'm going to add that. There we go. Okay, so now what happens is if I were to go to my UI and I were to create another organization here, so I'll say like my awesome theme and create it, we should hopefully get that webhook event. Go ahead and skip. And notice that we got back that record. Now it did create 2 records. I would expect it to have updated the one that we already have. But I think there's a little flaw in our logic. Let's go back. So we are looking through this users table to get a token that matches a token identifier. And let's make sure that these things, do they match? Yeah, these things are actually identical. Here's my issue. I didn't update this. So we're basically fetching that user record from the database and then we make sure it's there, but we need to update it, not create another one. So instead of just inserting another one, we actually should have done await context db dot patch, and then we need to pass it the record here, and we need to update org IDs. There you go. That's how you kind of do like an update with Convex. You do a patch. You pass it the unique identifier for that Convex record, and then you update whatever field you want. So that should work now. If I actually delete this duplicate, because we don't want that, and we go back to our UI and I create another one called testing, go ahead and create it, and then go back to our data. At some point, we should get back that WebSocket event, and now I'm part of 2 organizations. Okay, so let's circle back. Why are we doing all this crazy logic? The reason we're doing this is because we want to authenticate the user and verify they're authorized to upload a file to this org ID. Okay, but in both scenarios, right? When you create a file and you say, okay, I want you to create a file in this org ID, you want to verify that org ID is in their user. Okay, so I'm going to say const user is equal to await context db dot, and then we're going to say query users, and then we want to get with index, same thing that we did in the other method. So let's go to the other method real quick. And the cool thing about Convex is you can just make these helper functions, right? So like this whole thing right here, I can make this into some type of helper function, export function, get user, and just return that, right? And this could take in a context, and this could take in a token identifier. Technically, it could just take in the context, because what we could do is we can get the identity like this. We can do it right in this method. And then the identity should have the token identifier. And for context, we just need to type this and say this is going to be called a query context or a mutation context. Okay, those are the types that are built in the Convex. And now I have this method that I can actually call anywhere in my application. Actually, you know, it's probably not a good idea to put that here. I'm actually not going to put that there. Let me take back what I just said. But we are going to do query context, mutation context, but we're going to pass that in as a string here so that we can just like fetch it. So now this is like a private method that we can use. And I'm going to go ahead and just say await that context args.token identifier. Okay. a little bit cleaner. And then also over here, we'll call it again. And we can just import it just like a normal function. And then we need to get identifier. Oh, I call it identity. Yeah, it's identity.tokenIdentifier. Okay. And now that we have the user, and it could potentially be null. So if for whatever reason the user is not defined, we should probably throw a new convex error, and it says user should have been defined. Now the question is, do you want to put this in that get user method? Maybe we could do that because it looks like it's duplicate over here. So let's just copy this. I'm going to say const user is equal to that. I'm going to throw an error if it doesn't exist, and then I'm going to return it. And then we're going to go ahead and just clean this up a little bit too. Same thing over here. Awesome. So all of that so that we can check if user.orgids includes args.orgid. So I'm going to say const, I'll say if it doesn't include and the user token identifier is not equal to the identity token identifier, then we can also just throw a new error. Convex error, you do not have access to this org. Okay, so a lot of logic. Now what we're going to do is we're going to run this and just make sure this works. So I'm going to go over here. I'm going to click me, and that worked fine because we have access to this org. I'm also going to try it on my personal account. That worked fine as well. But for some reason, let's say someone wanted to hack our system. They wanted to like manually invoke convex. We can test that out by going to functions here. We're going to go to files. We're going to go to create file. We're going to try to run it manually. And for orgid, I'm going to go ahead and just pass in, I'll just say testing. And then for orgid, I'll just say like 1, 2, 3. But we need to pass in the subject and the fake user. So the subject is this. And then the issuer is that. So if I do this, this should throw an error. I said that with too much confidence. This actually should not have worked, I don't think. So let's try to figure out why that allowed us to attach a file to some orgid that I don't belong to. I think I'm going to make this a little bit easier. I'm going to say has access is equal to user.orgids includes args.orgid, or user.tokenIdentifier is equal to identity.tokenIdentifier. I think this will be a little bit easier to read, and I'm going to say if there is no access. I probably could have done some like the Morgan's Boolean logic there. But for some reason it keeps working. Let's go ahead and print out what has access is. Console.log has access. And I want to see, why does this keep letting us create it? Okay, it's saying log true, so like it thinks we have access to this. Let's figure out why, because user.orgids, let's print that out too. Let's print out user.tokenIdentifier and then also print out identity.tokenIdentifier. Oh, I think, okay, this is the reason why it has access is true. I'm checking literally the same thing. What I need to check is, remember the front end could send over the org ID and that could be the actual like user ID. So I need to say args.orgid. So if the org ID passed in matches the actual user's token, then we have access to that and we could just store it. I think that's the issue. Let's save this and let's see. Okay, let's run this. There we go. I think that was our issue. Let's go back and just delete all these files. Close this, delete all those, start fresh. Now personal account. All right, let's add a couple more console logs. So we can log that out. We can also log the user.tokenIdentifier. We can log out what org IDs are associated with, and then also log out as access. But then also let's just read the code, because I think if the org ID that we're trying to store is part of their array of org IDs, or if the user.tokenIdentifier is equal to the org ID passed in, then we should have access. So let's try it again. I'll click me. Let's see what the org ID is. Okay, I'm also going to set the org ID. All right, let's try this. I'm going to go ahead and click me. And notice that we got back user for org ID. Okay, I think this is the issue. So I just have the user here for the org ID that's passed in from the front end. But really what we need to do is I need to say if this includes orgs.org ID. I think that's the issue. I'm going to delete my console logs. I'm confident that fixes it. So yeah, again, I'm thinking back, maybe it's not the best idea to store like the user ID inside of that, but it works. If I switch over to the actual organization, I can create records that are for those organizations. So the very last thing that we're going to do with authorization is we have to do something similar for when we do a query, right? We need to make sure that the org ID we're passing in, does the user have access? So I'm going to make a function to make this a little bit easier. I'm going to go ahead and just say like function async function has access to org. Okay, and we're going to take this information and I'm just going to abstract that away and return has access. And we're going to go ahead and say pass in the token identifier, which will be a string, and then also pass in the org ID. It'll be a string. Okay, let's do this. I think we also, do I need the user for anything else? I don't think we need the user for anything else. So we should also do like a query context or mutation context here. And let's do this, do that. The user with the token identifier has access to org. So what we're going to do is we're going to say const has access is equal to await context identity dot token identifier args.org ID. Okay. There. Now the reason I'm not like throwing an error from this method is because I want to reuse this in both a mutation and a query. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this code. And I'm going to go ahead and just paste it here. And I'm also going to say if we don't have access to the files for that org ID, so has access, just return an empty array. And this should also just authorize to make sure I have access or not to the org ID that's passed in. Okay, so now if I go through these, everything should still work. Okay, a lot of good work there. I'm going to go ahead and commit what we have because we did quite a lot of changes. I'll say authorization based on org ID and token identifier. Add that all in, commit it, save it. All right, let's start building out more functionality of this application because right now it's not looking the best. So on the page itself, let's go to our main page. And I think what would be nice is if we had some title at the top of the page. I'll go over here, I'll say H1, and we can give this a class name of text for Excel. We also give it like a font bold maybe. And inside of this, we could just go ahead and say your files. Okay, every page should have some type of H1. We might center this over here. So instead of having all this stuff centered like this, I'll go ahead and delete all this. I'm going to go container mx auto, and that should put it to the left. And then we also want to kind of give either some padding or the margin to the top of this thing. So I'll just say padding top 24 and see how this looks. Maybe it's a little bit much, maybe do 12. And so I think it would be nice to add maybe a button over here where they can click it for uploading a new file to their personal drive or for their organization drive. So let's go in this H1 itself, I can go ahead and wrap this in a div. And then we are going to go ahead and put a class here. I'll say flex and I'll say justify between item center. And that should allow us to put a button over here. So I'm going to grab this click me button. Go ahead and put it up there. And now they should be spaced left to right. Okay, instead of saying click me, you could probably say upload file. Okay, so when we click upload file, what we want to do is probably load up a modal where we give them the ability to select the file and then also add a title to the file. So let's go back to the Shadcn docs and we will look for modal. I think it's called dialog. A dialog. Down here, there's a dialog. Let's go ahead and click it. And this is kind of what it's going to look like. You click it and we get this nice dialog where you can have the title of your file, or you want to name your file, and then also the file itself. So let's look at how to do this. We have to first install it. And by the way, I think I'm just going to use light mode for this entire application. I've been using dark modes for almost all my tutorials. I'm going to switch it up a little bit. Just keep it at light mode. So we're going to install the dialog component. And here's an example of how you can use it. You basically just grab this code and you can use it wherever you want. So in this case, we have an upload button. We're going to paste this dialog code in here and just go ahead and auto import some of this stuff. Now be careful when you auto import because there is a Radix UI that you might accidentally import. You want to make sure you're importing from your components directory. Okay. There we go. So now if we go to our application, there should be this open button. You click it and you get a nice dialog. Okay. So let's move our button. I'm going to go ahead and take this button. I'm going to cut it. I'm going to put it here. And I think there might be an as child property we can attach to the trigger. And that's kind of needed when you want to nest a button or something like that. Cool. So we got a modal going that quick. That's pretty awesome. Now in the modal itself, we want 2 inputs. So we're probably going to have to deal with like adding a form, adding some inputs. I think they might give you an example of how to do that. So if we go to forms, we can go to the form component. Now Shadcn recommends using a React hook form in Zod. Okay, so it's going to take a little bit more effort to get this all set up. But let's go ahead and install the form component over here. Okay, install that. And so they'll walk you through how to kind of create a form validation with Zod. So let's just go ahead and like grab this form schema in this Zod component. And for right now, we're just going to import it at the top of this file. It might make more sense to make this be a separate component. But I think this works for just now. So in our form schema, we want a title for sure. And we could just say min of 1, max of, I don't know, 200. And we probably also at one point want to put a file. Well, let's just keep going. So now we got to define a form. So let's go ahead and grab these imports, put them in. And then down here, you need to define a form that we're going to be using. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and put that there. And this will be title. We'll default it to an empty string. And the way Zod works in React hook forms is you create this hook and you call it use form. You pass it your types, and then you pass it a resolver, and you kind of pass your form schema into the Zod resolver, and then you pass some initial values. Seems a little bit complicated, but this is just kind of how it works to have nice TypeScript safety with all your forms. And now over here, we have an onSubmit function that we're going to define. So let's go ahead and paste that in as well. And then finally, let's go ahead and build your form. So if we import a bunch of form components down here, and also I think we might need to import a input component, but let's just paste that in and see what happens. Yeah, we also need to add the input. So I'll go over here and I'll add from Shadcn an input component. Okay, that's done. And then this should resolve in a bit. There we go. And here is the example form. So let's go down, and where we want to display that form is in the description here. So let's go ahead and paste that entire form there, and let's save it. And this will be a name of title. Okay. So the reason we're doing all this is so that we have type safety with our form fields. Notice how this complained because it knows there's a title defined in our schema. If we did something else, it wouldn't be there. Okay, so let's change this to title, and let's just go ahead and say the title of your file. Okay. Now go back to the UI and let's see if we open up this, you get a title right here. So my awesome file. We probably want to change this title where it says, are you absolutely sure? We should probably say, upload your file here or something. Okay. So the second input we need would be a input field for a type button. So let's just go ahead and copy and paste this. And we're going to change this to file, which I think it'll error out for a second, but we'll just change this to file and your file. Now for the input here, let's just say type is equal to file. And for placeholder, we don't need that. All right, so now we're going to go up to the schema. And then for file, we'll say z.ini. I'm not sure if that needs to be an object, or there might be an actual file type. Let's see, yeah, there's not. So let's see what happens when we look at the UI here. So if we open up the modal, we have a title, the title of your file, and we have these hints. I don't think these hints are very useful. Like, it's pretty self-explanatory. If you have a label that says title, you know what it is. So I am going to delete these form descriptions. I just don't think we need them. There we go. And then for the title itself of the modal, I'm going to go ahead and just put some padding on that. So let's go over here. I think we can give this maybe a class name and say margin bottom of 4 just to push it down. Okay, I might even give it an 8. There we go. All right, so now let's test this out. If I were to click submit, that's going to call this function over here, and we should get back some values. So we're going to see if file is defined. I want to make sure that we're doing this right before we just keep on adding to it. So I'm going to click on submit, and notice that we do get back a file here. Now, right now it's a string. So instead of doing any here, actually, I'm going to do a custom, right? And so we could just put a file as the custom type and make sure that that is required as well. And then down here, we can, technically, we can make this null or file. Okay. And so down here, what we're going to do is on the input itself, we're going to add an on change, and we're going to manually handle when someone changes this file input, right? So we can go ahead and do like a callback event here, and we'll say event. And then on the input itself, we're going to go up here, and we have access to field, right? So we can say field dot, and we can just call on change, and we can actually pass that event dot target dot files of 0. Like this. Now this could potentially be undefined, so where I'm actually going to do if there is no event.target.files, let's just go ahead and return, and then I'll grab the first one. So we are getting a little TypeScript error. I think this needs to be on change. We're going to pull that out of this object. And then for the other fields, we're going to spread them in to like this. So now we can actually just call on change directly. I think I need to wrap those in brackets too. Okay, so hopefully this will work a little bit better. So now if we go back to our app and just go ahead and type that, and I'm going to go ahead and click submit. Oh, I need to select the file. So let's just go ahead and select the file. There we go. So now we're actually printing out the file, which is what we're going to need to upload to Convex's file storage. For the placeholder here, I'm actually going to remove that so that we don't have a placeholder. And just go ahead and refresh the page and start over. Okay, so we have validation. If I were to try to submit this, notice that it's going to say you have to add in a file name. So I'll say some txt file, and then I'll just go ahead and select the logo, and then click submit. All right, I cheated a little bit, and I Googled a Medium post, and they gave us a really good solution for basically getting this to work. I refactored the code a little bit to get rid of that field that was passed in for render, and instead I'm passing a file ref. So where this is coming from is I'm basically saying form.register, and I'm passing in the name of the form field. And then we basically up here, I'm changing this to file is a Z instance of file list. Okay. And that gets rid of that error in our UI. And now we can actually get a list of the files. So just a little bit of refactoring. But what we're trying to do is when you submit this and the user has a file selected. Now there's another issue with this. Right now it's not like requiring this file. So I may come back here and yet again, we're going to go ahead and change this to a custom like this. And then we're going to make sure that it at least has one file in that array. So let's try it now. There we go. If I were to select the file, that works fine. All right, so finally, what we're trying to do is we want to call an endpoint on Convex to basically store the file that the user has when they submitted. So like we have the on submit button here, and we have the files that are passed in. And so there's some things that we need to do to basically take the file and upload it to Convex. So first of all, let's go to Convex, and inside of our files endpoint, we want to create something called a pre-signed generator or pre-signed mutation. Okay. So Convex has a section that tells you how to upload files to their storage. The first thing we need to do is on the back end, we need to create a mutation that we can call from the front end to generate a upload URL basically. So let's paste that in here. And we do want to make sure that the user is logged in. Like we don't want just people uploading whatever files. So I want to make sure that they are logged in. So get the identity and make sure it's defined. If it's not, we're going to throw an error. And then we're going to upload a URL that the user can use to upload a file to Convex storage. Okay, so going back to the front end, in the submit function, we're going to go ahead and just grab some more code because reading the docs is important. We're going to call that method, which we'll have to bring in from a mutation over here. So let's just go ahead and grab that code. And I'll put that up here so we can call it. This is api.files.generateUploadURL. Like this. And then we're going to grab this function here. And that's going to basically call our backend and give us back a URL that we can use to upload the file to. And then we're going to grab this for doing a post request to Convex. This. And in our case, the image would be values.file of 0. And then we want to go ahead and just get the type from that as well. Okay. And then finally, we should get a storage ID. So let's go ahead and grab that storage ID from that result that comes back. And then we need to do something to basically persist that. Okay. Now before we were kind of creating the file down here when we click this button. That's not what we want to do anymore. What we want to do instead is I'm going to cut this out. We're going to go up here and we want to basically make sure that an OrgID is defined. If not, we shouldn't be able to submit the form at all. And we're going to call create file. We're going to pass in the values of title because we have an input box for that. Pass in the OrgID. And then what we also need to do, which we aren't tracking, is probably have a file ID. So we'll just call it a storage ID for right now. And so that means we need to go to our backend and we're going to have to modify this to have a file ID. Now, the way you can kind of define a ID to a storage object is you just go ahead and say ID of storage like this. And that's kind of an internal type that Convex knows about. So now we'll have the file ID that the user has uploaded. And we also need to store that here. So I'll just go ahead and pass it in there. But remember, we're trying to store a new field that we haven't defined yet. So let's go to schema. Let's go to files. And let's go ahead and do a file ID, v.id of storage. Cool. So now that should all work. We might have to go ahead and clear out some of our data because now we added a required field that's no longer set. But let's go back to data. I'm going to go ahead and just delete all the files. Just make sure. And go to our app. Go ahead and click upload file. And we're going to go ahead and say testing something out. Go ahead and choose the file of this logo. Click submit. So that did upload the file, but there's two things we need to do. First of all, we need to dynamically close this modal for the user. And then the fields themselves, we should probably reset. So if they were to open this modal again, those wouldn't be defined. So how do we first of all reset the form? Well, I think over here, we can just go ahead and say await on this. And if everything is good, we can say form dot, and I think it's reset. Just try calling that and see if that works. If I go ahead and click submit, did that reset the form? It did. Now those are both empty. So the second thing we want to do is we want to dynamically close this dialog once everything has been uploaded. Okay, so we could just go ahead and bring in some state. I'll say const is file dialog open, and then we'll go ahead and set it as well. Go ahead and let AI kind of help me out there. And then the dialog itself, to know if it's open, we'll just go ahead and do this. And then we'll also say on open change, we're going to pass it that state setter. And so this should allow us to basically take this method and we can dynamically hide it if we want to. Okay, so let's try it again. I'm going to go here. I'll say testing. We'll upload a file again. And we'll click submit. And that automatically closed. Open it up again and the form has been cleared. And everything works as it did before. So some things I like to do is I like to show like a toast when stuff happens so that the user gets some type of feedback. Just closing the modal and having the UI update. That could be enough too as well. But since we are just trying to learn, let's look at more components that Shadcn provides us. So let's go ahead and find a toast, I think it's called. So let's go ahead and click toast. And this is kind of what it looks like. A toast will just pop up when everything has been completed. So how do you add this? Well, you add this toast component, go back to our terminal and import it. And while that's importing, this is how you can kind of get it set up. So go to your layout, go to layout.tsx, and you can put the toast pretty much wherever you want. First of all, you got to import it. And then I actually shouldn't be importing it there. I'll say toaster. Okay, so now that it's set inside of the toaster here, like they told us to, we should be able to bring in this toast function after calling this useToast method. So let's go back to our page, and we are going to go ahead and just import that toast function from useToast. And then over here, if everything was good, we'll just go ahead and call it. I'll say variant is going to be the default. And then you can pass a title and a description here. So I'll just go ahead and pass a title that says file uploaded. And then for description, I'll say like now everyone can view your file. All right, let's try it again. So let's open up this. I'll say testing. We're going to go ahead and get the logo, click submit, and the alert did not pop up. I'm not sure why. Let's just do a hard refresh. Sometimes you do have to refresh your application. All right, there you go. The toast did show up at the very bottom. There, it says file uploaded. Now, I would kind of like to make this green instead of white. So we could try to dive into customizing Shadcn a little bit to give it a different variant. So let's open up the toast component. Okay, I'll go to the components directory. So if you look at this toast component, there is a toast variance variable, and we can just go ahead and say like success, and we can define this however we want. So we can go ahead and say BG is success, maybe like that. Now I don't think this is a color that we have defined, so we may have to go to our like CSS or our Tailwind CSS file, and we'll have to go down to our colors, and we're just going to add one here. We'll call it success, and then we're going to copy this. And then for default, we do need to go to the global CSS, and we need to find a success basically. So we're going to stick with light mode. So over here, we'll just say like success is going to be equal to, hopefully we can get like a green. All right, so let's go find a green HSL. Like let's just, this menthol one looks pretty good, I guess. And we're going to go ahead and just put that there. Just delete some of the stuff. And then we'll do the same thing for the foreground. So I'll just go ahead and say, paste this. This will be the success foreground. And we'll just pick a, maybe this white or this black. So let's just go ahead and paste this in as well. All right, so what we're doing is we're defining custom colors. This is just a normal CSS file that has CSS variables. And in the Tailwind config, we can actually import those colors. And then in our code, we can start using BG success, or we can do success, text success foreground, I believe. Okay, so now that we define a new success variant, we can go back to our page and we can find where we're doing that toast, which was down here. And now we should be able to have a success variant. And hopefully, if I did this correctly, we should see a green alert pop up instead of that white one. There you go, file uploaded. Now everyone can view your file. So that's basically how you can customize Shadcn with different colors or different variants. You just have to kind of define your colors in the global CSS and then modify your colors inside your Tailwind config. And then you have access to them inside of your components, which you could actually use here. But if you want to be lazy, technically you could just say BG green 400 if you wanted to, and you didn't have to do all this extra work. Or we're trying to do stuff correctly. So there's a lot more stuff that we could do. For example, when we try to create the file, if for some reason this request failed, we could probably catch an error, and then we could also show a toast for a destructive saying, hey, something went wrong, right? So let's just go ahead and put all that code inside the try catch, and then inside the error, we'll put a toast here, and this will be a variant of destructive, and we'll say something went wrong. Your file could not be uploaded. Try again later. Now, would this actually happen on the back end? I don't know, but we could test it out. And so where we're calling this function, the create file, we could just go ahead and say like throw new error, you have no access. And if I save this, I have to comment all this stuff out. I just want to kind of demo that. All right, so let's try this out. Now that we have a destructive thing, I'm gonna go ahead and just go here, select the logo, click submit. And now we get an alert that says, hey, something went wrong. I do want to fix an issue. When you close this modal and come back, it has your old values persisted. Probably not the best user experience. We should probably clear that out. So let's go ahead and do that. So somewhere when we close this modal, which I think is over here, what we actually want to do, I'll just call this is open. We're going to call a method here, and we're going to say is open, which will just make it set to true or false depending on what action happened with the component library. But then we want to say form.reset so that we kind of clear it out for when they open it again. Let's try this. I'm going to close it, open it back, and now that's been cleared out. Let's test out the file as well. And I'll close it, come back, and it's cleared out. But wait, there is more. So you might be asking, why are we spending so much time with the modal? I'm trying to make this as polished as possible. Maybe we can kind of go faster and move on to other things. But when you click submit, there is a delay. So it'd be nice to disable this button and probably show like a loader or a spinner inside of it so that when we submit, like the user gets some feedback that something's happening. And so the way to do that is on the form itself, there's like a form state object, and we really just want to go to the button for where we submit this. So I think that's down here. There's a button. We should probably disable it. I'll say disabled is equal to form.formState.is loading. So if this thing is currently submitting, we do not want to allow people to click it again. Let's do that. And then let's go back to our files here. I'm going to go ahead and just undo all that stuff we kind of hacked in to test out error states. Let's go back to the page. And we should be good. So let's go ahead and just click it. For the success alert, that should probably be darker. So let's go back. I think for success foreground, we actually want to do like a darker color. So let's just do this black. This, hopefully that looks better. There you go. All right, so in terms of getting a spinner in this button, so like when they actually submit it, what we could do is we could say form.formState.is loading. And then if it is loading, we're just going to show a loader here. So let's just do that. Now I do think lucid icons are already kind of baked in by default, so we can do like a loader 2, and that should show a spinning icon for us. Now we might also need to add like some class name here and say flex gap of 2, just so there's space between the spinner and the text. But let's save this and see what happens. Actually, what you can do, you can comment this out and say disabled true, and that'll kind of make your feedback loop a little bit faster. Over here, we could do it as well, so true. That's kind of what it's going to look like. The gap is a little bit big, so maybe I'll do 1 there. And probably get rid of the margin right. Okay. Cool, so now go back and set it to the real Boolean state. And we should be able to submit this. And it didn't show the spinner. I think what's happening is I shouldn't be using is loading. I should be using is submitting. Let's try that again. There we go. Cool. So now the form and the modal, it's all looking good. I think this is polished enough where we can move on to some other stuff. I know we spent like a long time doing that, but it's nice to polish your app up and make it nice and usable. So let's just go ahead and commit everything we have here. I'll go ahead and say add, and I'll say adding the upload file dialog. And let's go ahead and commit that and sync that up. All right, so let's move on to styling this homepage, because right now it just doesn't look that great. I think there's 2 approaches that we could use to show your files. Obviously a table, or you could do a collection of cards. They both work well. And maybe we'll do a toggle so a user themselves can pick what view they want. Now, before we dive into styling the page with like a table or a card, I do want to do a little bit of code refactoring because this file is getting a little bit out of hand. I mean, it doesn't seem that large, but there are better ways we could style this or structure this. So I'm going to go ahead and make a new file here called upload button. And we're going to call it .tsx. And what we're going to do is I'm literally going to copy everything. I'm just going to put it in that file. And then we're going to delete the stuff that we don't need. So for example, we just want to keep the dialog. That's all we want to keep. We're going to kind of abstract that away into its own component. Then everything else we don't need anymore. So we'll do that. And then what we're going to do is we'll just look and make sure if there's anything that's gray from ESLint, just delete it. Okay, so we need to keep all of this on submit stuff. We got to keep the form stuff. Go ahead and delete that, delete that. There we go. And so now we go back and find where we export this. Instead of exporting home, I'm going to export a function called upload button. And now our page doesn't need to know about almost all of that code, right? We could just import an upload button, and then I can delete the entire dialog here, save that, and then let's go through this code and just delete anything that's no longer used. So on submit, no longer used, file ref, no longer used, form is gone, that's gone, that's gone, create file is gone, that's gone, schema's gone. And notice that we are slowly making this file so much more less, and it's going to be much better. Okay, so let's just delete all this stuff. There we go. So our page is nice and clean now. It's nice and lean, and all of the stuff related to uploading a file is encapsulated in that. So I can just go ahead and do something like this and grab this file, upload it. There we go. So remember to refactor code along the way. So let's move on to this page. This page doesn't look that great. We do have our files displayed in this ugly list. And what I want to do is I want to bring in another component called the card component. And this is kind of like what a card looks like. Let's just install it. So go to the terminal, go here, paste that in. Okay, and then here is an example of how you can use it. So you basically import all this stuff. And technically, we could make another component too if we wanted to. I could make one here, and I can call it filecard.tsx. Export function filecard. And we're going to import those things. And then we're going to go to the example and make sure we just return this. Okay, so now we should be able to go to our page. And instead of rendering out these divs, we can render out a file card and import it. We have to figure out why this is complaining. It's saying that children is not defined. Okay, so let's do this. Now what we need to pass into this thing is probably the file. Let's just do a file there. And so if we go to the file card component, we probably want to define some props that takes in a file. And file is actually coming from Convex. So if you actually import this doc type, you can get the exact type that's stored in our table like this. So go ahead and bring in that type. And now file should have, for example, the title on it. So if I were to go ahead and interpolate, we should have the name. In our case, I don't think we have a description. So we'll just comment that off right now. We have the content here. You can put whatever you want. We have a footer, which in our case, we should probably do a button that maybe opens the file or downloads the file or something. I'm not really sure. It depends on what it is. If it's an image, maybe we should open it in a new tab. But we'll just call it download for right now. And for the content itself, we probably need to put like a type or an icon. But let's just see how this looks like. If we go back to our UI, this is the cards. Yeah, so it's in a list right now, not the best. We should probably have this in a grid. So how do you do a grid? Well, if we go back to the page, basically we could wrap this whole thing in a grid like this. Then we could say grid calls for, and then we could put some gap in between these things. Okay, so now we have all of our files showing up there. And then also I'm going to put like margin bottom of 8 on that just to kind of push it down. So now that we have all the cards displayed, I think there's a couple of things we could do. First of all, the ability to delete a file probably is the most important thing we should add in. So let's see if we can do that. And we'll come back and like get some better data displayed on these cards. So in Shadcn, there is a way to have a dropdown. Let's go to dropdown menu, and this is what it looks like. Okay. And so what we could do is import this dropdown component. Go to my terminal, install it. And while that's installing, let's just go ahead and make another file here. And technically this could be part of the file card. Like we don't have to make another file. We could just put it here. I'll say function, and this will be like file card actions. Okay. And then we're going to go ahead and just import those drop down menu stuff. And then we're going to grab all of this and return it. Okay. So now that we have the file card actions, the thing that we care about is a delete. Let's just go ahead and put delete here, and everything else will go away. And then we should be able to have a delete icon like this. And on the label, again, we should probably say flex gap of 1 or something to space that out. And so let's take this and let's display it in the title itself. So inside the header, maybe we can put it here. We'll have to figure out where the best place to put that is. So if we go back to our app, and we do see open here. So if you click open, notice that you get a dropdown. Awesome. So let's do a couple things. First of all, this whole thing needs to be probably text red of, let's just do like 600. There you go. And then also probably items center so that it's vertically aligned. There you go. And then the icon itself, this delete icon, honestly, that does not look like a delete icon. I'd rather have like a trash icon. And then it's a little large, so I think we can actually size this by saying class name. We can say width of 8, height of 8. That should kind of size it down. Oh, that actually made it too big. Let's go make it a 4 maybe. There you go. Now they're using a menu item. I think I should probably use an item, not a label. So let's go ahead and use a menu item and go back and see to be at hover state here. Okay, looks pretty good. Some more things we should probably do is I'm going to say cursor is a pointer. So it's kind of obvious that it's clickable, and you can kind of click this on any of these. Now I don't like how it says open here. I'd rather it be an icon. So let's go to lucid.dev, and I can go ahead and search for like dot. We want to look for 3 dots. Maybe menu. Here we go. Let's grab more vertical. That's what we're going to use. So instead of having open here, we'll just say more vertical. And then going back to our application, now we have the more vertical popping up everywhere. I think it'd be better if it was like positioned over here, maybe like with absolute positioning. So on the header itself, I'm going to give it a relative. And then I'm going to move the file card actions out. I'm going to wrap this in a absolute positioning like this. Save that, and then I'm going to say top of 1, right of 1. And let's see where this puts this. Okay, so there, it's over there. I might move it in just a little bit, top of 2, right of 2. So now when a user clicks this delete button, we should probably show a confirmation dialog. Typically when you do destructive actions in your system, you want to give the user one last chance to like, are you sure you really want to do this? And if you go to Shadcn, there is something called an alert dialog that looks like this. And that's what we're going to bring in. So let's go ahead and import that. The new component we haven't used yet. So import that in. And the way this works, let's just go ahead and import this whole thing. I'll put it right here. And then we're going to grab this whole alert dialog here, and we're going to paste it next to the drop-down menu. So every drop-down menu will have their own dialog. Technically, we could also put this at a higher level if you want to. But for right now, I'm just going to make this easy on myself and just put this next to this menu button, because we want to basically open this based on state. So I'm going to say const is confirm open, and go ahead and import use state there. And here we can say open is equal to is confirm open, and then on change, we're going to go ahead and just do that. We'll just keep the text for now, but what we want to do is if they cancel it, I think this will automatically close. And if they click continue, that's when we want to call like a convex endpoint to actually delete. So I'll say to do actually delete the file. So let's test this out. I think in order to get this showing up on the menu item itself, we'll have to do an on click, and we'll have to open it when you click it. So let's go to our UI. Let's click it, and we see the dialog. Are you absolutely sure? Make sure that you can close out of it. And I'll click continue, and that works too. So now we have some type of confirmation dialog. That's good. We just need it to call Convex now. So if we were to create a Convex endpoint inside of that files file, let's just make a new mutation. I'll say export const delete file equals a mutation. And the thing that we're going to have to do here is take in a file ID. Like I say, v.ed.files. And then we first of all want to make sure that the user has access to the org. So I'm going to copy some of this code like that. And for the org, we don't know what the org is, right? So what we need to do first of all is if the user is not logged in, I mean, this is a mutation, so we should probably like throw an exception. Just do that. Paste that there. I'm sorry, paste that over here. And then we want to get the file. So I don't think we've done this in Convex yet, but you can get a file back by saying await context.db get, and then you pass it your file ID. So I'll say args file ID, like that. Args with an S. So this will get us back the file if it exists. Now, if it doesn't exist, we should probably throw an error saying this file does not exist. But if the file does exist, we need to do that whole authorization check. Do you have access to the org ID that the file is associated with, right? So I'm going to go ahead and just say, instead of this, args.orgid, we'll say file.orgid. Okay. Now, again, if we don't have access, we should probably throw yet again another error. You do not have access to delete this file. There you go. And then finally, what do we need to do? Well, we have to delete the file from the system. There we go. A lot of stuff. So let's make sure this works. We're going to go ahead, go back to the file card, and we need to import that. So I'm going to say const delete file is equal to use mutation. I'll say API files delete file like this. And now we need to call it. Make sure we auto import that. But we're going to call that mutation after they've clicked confirm. So I'm going to go ahead and call this here, and we need to pass in the file ID. Now we don't have the file because we weren't passing it in here. But for right now, what we could do is we could just say that. Just have that file passed in as props, which means that we need to go down here and we need to also pass it in as props. Awesome. So let's click it and delete. Are you sure? Yes. And this threw an exception. It says the argument to a convex function must be an object. So I think I'm actually calling this incorrectly. This needs to be a file ID like this. And I think that should work. And the reason I didn't get a TypeScript error is because for some reason I did not auto import this thing. So I need to do that. There you go. That would have errored on us if I had that imported. Let's try it again. Delete this. And I'll click continue. And now it's gone. And again, it's good to have maybe a toast pop up after you do something in your system. So let's try to do that. Let's go back to the upload button. Let's bring in the toast. So let's go up here. I'll go ahead and just add the toast to this component like this. And then how do we use it? Well, let's go down to here where we call it. And we want to go ahead and just, after this thing is successfully deleted, so I'm going to wait on it. I'm going to go ahead and just show file deleted. Your file is now gone from the system. Okay, let's try it again. I'm going to go ahead and click delete, click confirm, and it says file deleted. Now, I don't like the green success for like deleting. I might just do a default instead. I think that's a better color. So I'm going to do it again. And there we go. Just go ahead and kind of clear up some of the stuff. Delete as much as we can. All right, so let's just commit. I'm going to say add ability to delete files. And I'll go ahead and commit that and sync it up. I think we're making some good progress now. Again, let's just go back and add a little bit of polish, because right now, if you were to delete this last file, this UI looks kind of plain, right? It looks bare. What we could do is we could have some type of placeholder state saying, hey, there's no files, go ahead and upload one. So how do we do that? Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to find a placeholder image. One site I really like is Undraw. They have like, I think these are free to use, like open source illustrations. They might be Creative Commons. I don't know if you have to like give attribution or not, but let's just go ahead and go here. And then we're going to make it black and white because that kind of meets the theme of Shadcn. And then we're going to go ahead and search for, let's just kind of look through these and see if there's something here, like empty maybe. Now, I don't know what the best image is. Honestly, I'm not a designer, but this image folder one kind of looks like it might be interesting. So let's download the SVG. And we're going to copy this into our project. So let's go ahead and open it up and we'll drop it into our public folder here. And I'll call this empty.svg. When there's no data here, we want to show that image. So let's go back to our page. And the way we can do this is, first of all, let's just grab in this image. I'll say image, and that's going to be a next image component. And we're going to say alt is an image of a picture and directory icon. And then the width will be 200, height will be 200, and the source is going to be slash empty.svg. I think that's how you do it. So let's go back to the UI. Does that show up? And there you have it. A little bit small, maybe make it a little bit bigger. But the thing we want to do is we only want to show this if files is done loading and there's no files in the system. Okay, so the way Convex works is that this will be undefined if it's loading, but if it is loaded, you'll have an empty array. So I'm going to say if files dot length is equal to 0, then we can just go ahead and display this. But yeah, we also want to check if it's defined. So I'll say if files and files.length is equal to 0. We'll display that image. You have no files. Go ahead and upload one now. All right, so we'll put this in a div, I guess, and we'll wrap that. And then we're going to go ahead and put a fragment here. Actually, no, we'll put a div here. We're just going to wrap everything in divs. And so what we could do here is we want to give this a flex column so that the text is directly underneath that image. Okay, you have no files. Upload one now. It's simple. And then this will be, we'll give this a class name of text to Excel. And I think right now it'd be cool if we maybe like center this on the page. Now, right now, this is kind of, this UI is a little bit bare, right? So I think we should probably, if there's no files, we should probably put this centered on the page. And then when there is files, we can kind of move this back to the left. So let's go here, and I think we can go ahead and just say MX Auto to center this. We might need to say, actually, no, wait, I think we can say like W full. Let's go ahead and hover over this and see. Okay, so this is in columns. That's what's going on. So I need to actually get this out of the columns and put it up here. Now for down here, let's save this and let's make sure this is working. And why is this not centered? Because we didn't add items center. That should center it. Margin top of 12. We'll push it down a little bit. And then this, what we can actually do is just hide this entire header and only show it if there's files. So I might actually cut this out. And I'm going to say if files is defined and files.length is greater than 0, then we're going to go ahead and just show the header, Then we're also going to show this div. There we go. All right, so you have no files, upload one now, and what we could do is actually just put an upload button down here. And now, since the beauty that we abstracted that, it all just works without having to do much code at all. Let's put some gap between this stuff. So let's go up here. I'll do gap of 8 instead. Okay, that looks pretty good. And yeah, so now after we upload a file, that should switch it back to the header, upload button up here. And then also, I think I need more margin there. I'll just do 24. And let's try it. I'm going to go ahead and upload a file, testing. I'll select an image, click submit, and there you have it. Looks pretty nice. And now if you were to delete it, it'll go back to that you have no files state. There you go. Now there's one thing that we need to kind of work on. When the page first loads, it's just blank. There's no spinner, there's no loader. And we could do a better job at improving that user experience, I think. So what we could do is up here, I'm going to say if files is equal to undefined, then we could show a spinner. Now, how do you display a spinner? Well, we did it in the button already, right? So if you go to the upload button, there was a loader. Let's just go ahead and grab that and just place it right here. And we can make it big. We can make it 24. And we can just go ahead and say if true or this, just to kind of see what this spinner should look like. Let me just force that to be true. So that's what the spinner looks like. I maybe even make it a little bit bigger. So like this could be 30. Is that an actual thing? 32. Let's just do the 32 here. There you go. Underneath it, we could say, yeah, let's just put loading. There we go. Yeah, does that look good? We just have to center it on the page. And then again, how do we center it? Well, we could probably just grab actually all this. Just grab that whole div. And that should make it look nice. And I could say loading your images. Now, I think I could say text gray of like 700. I feel like the black is a little bit intense. I think the gray of like 500 or 700 might make it less. There you go. Not as in your face, right? Okay, so now we just need to make sure that we only show it when files is equal to undefined. So if I refresh the page, just see loading your images, you show this, and then we're going to say testing here, and then we are going to do the screenshot. All right, go ahead and save that again. Now, having the full page have a spinner, probably also not the best user experience. We can come back later and do server-side rendering if you want to pre-fetch some of this data so that it doesn't even need to show a full page spinner. You can do that. I just feel like just showing a spinner while stuff is loading is actually a little bit easier. But we're also going to say const is loading is equal to files equal to undefined. Okay, I want to kind of make this code a little bit cleaner because right now just checking stuff like that, not the best. And then over here, if it's not loading, we could do that. So in the card itself, we have different files that users can upload. We have like images, we have CSVs, PDFs, and I think we should track the type of file that a user is uploading so that we can actually display different images, okay? Right now, we don't track that. So I think we should probably try to figure out a way to track that. Let's go to our schema, and on the files, I'm gonna go ahead and say type. Now, one thing we haven't done yet in Convex is you can actually do a union, and you can say v.literal, and I can say this is a image, just say like image, it could be a v.literal of a CSV, or v.literal of a PDF. So those are the three things that we're going to support for right now. And what we can do on the front end is when you do the upload button and you try to upload to the backend, we need to make sure that the backend gets a type. Okay, so when we call create file here, we should probably take in a type. So I'll say type. And so for the type, we actually need to define that exact same union. So one thing you can do in Convex is you can extract this to be a function or a variable, right? So I can say const file types is equal to this. And we can say use file types here. Make sure you export it. And then you can actually import it over here. I can say file types. So that we have the shared type validation rules between our schema and our mutation when we pass in data. All right, so down here, we need to make sure we pass in type, and we'll say args.type. And now on our front end, we just need to make sure we pass that in. So somewhere, which is here, we can say type is equal to, and I think we have access to the file, right? So I can say values, values.file of 0 dot type. Now, unfortunately, type is going to be like, I don't know, it'd be like application/PDF or text/PDF or something. I have to go and look up the header mean types so we can actually do this correctly. For right now, let's just do image. But I am going to console log this. Like, what do the file types kind of look like? Let's go back and we're going to upload a file. We're going to select a PNG. I'm going to click submit. And we got image/PNG for a PNG. For PDF, it is application/PDF. And for a CSV, it is text/CSV. Okay, so let's just go ahead and I guess do the conversion in the front end. I can say const types is equal to a map of image PNG, and that'll be an image. We could do application/PDF, and that'll just be a PDF. And then we could say text/CSV, and that is going to be a CSV. And then what we could do is we can actually give this a type as a record, which will be a string, and that'll map to a doc files type. Did I do this correctly? And so now we could just basically pass in types of values file of 0 type. Now I don't like how we're kind of doing this in two places, so I'm gonna go ahead and say like const file type is equal to this, and then we're gonna go ahead and just pass in file type. Here again we'll do file type. Yeah, so this should hopefully work. Let's try it. We're gonna go ahead and just start fresh. Go to our console here and clear that out. Let's upload a new file. I'll say testing stuff out. We'll select the file. We'll do a PNG first, and I'll submit it. And it does throw an error. It says object contains extra field type that is not in the validator. Okay, so I think what's happening is that the Convex runner is actually not working because I need to go and probably delete some data here. So let's just go ahead and delete that one file we have because it doesn't have a type. And then that should hopefully rerun Convex and compile our code. And so now if we were to upload a file here and say testing, give it a PNG, submit it, and it's happy now. Let's do the same thing for my PDF. Submit that, and then we'll do my CSV. Okay, so looking at the data, we got type of CSV, PDF, and image. So that's all working correctly. Now we can use those types to display different icons here. So instead of saying card content, which isn't very useful, we can instead figure out where those cards are, find out where we're doing card content, and instead we will say file.type. And let's just print it out and see what it is. Okay, so we have PDF, CSV, and an image. And instead of just saying like the types here, let's see if we can do some icons. So we're going to do a similar lookup map like we did on the upload button. Let's just go ahead and grab this. And I'll say like type icons. And this, instead of saying string to this convex type, we're going to go ahead and just say React node, which allows us, actually I need to import this. This allows us to actually do some icons here. So I can say like image icon, This could be like a PDF icon if there is one. There's not. So let's go to Lucid. And let's see, do they have PDF? They have file text. They have CSV. So to keep this simple, I really don't want to pull in yet another icon library. Let's just kind of get it as close as possible. So we're going to go ahead for CSV. We'll put this one. And then here we'll say like text, file text icon. Let's do that. And at some point we can come back and actually find real like PDF icons or something. Why is this complaining? Cannot find. Okay, there we go. So now what we do is we can just interpolate based on the type that we have. And instead of image, PNG, PDF, we'll do this and we'll kind of reverse the order. So this is going to be doc, and this will be images, and this will be type. Oh, sorry, files, not images. My bad. Cool. So now we should see, hopefully in our UI, we should see different icons for what these are. We could probably center them. So over here, text content, we'll say text of center. Hopefully that'll center it. It does not. Maybe I need to put it on the P itself, text center, and delete it off of this. Still not working. Okay, we'll get there. Let's make it a div. And then let's give it a flex, and I'll say justify center. Cool. And now instead of putting the icon here, we should probably put it to the left of the title. Let's actually take this, and we will put it right here in the title. And then on the title itself, we'll say class name, flex, and then that will be, yeah, let's just do flex and see what happens. Okay, now let's do gap of 2. There you go. So for certain files, for example, if it's like an image, we could probably do a preview here. For other files, I'm not too sure. For a PDF in CSV, like you'd probably have to add some complex backend logic to like take a snapshot of the first page and then like put it here. Same with the CSV, so I probably won't do that in this video. But at the very least, if it's an image, we could display that, right? So let's go, and in the content, let's just do a thing here, and I'll say if the file.type is equal to image, we want to show a React image. So let's just do React image like this. And we'll just go ahead and say like alt is the file name. Width could be 100%. Height is 100%. Source is that. You know, let's just do width of like 200, height of 100 for now. Okay, so we don't have a URL. So what we're going to do is we're going to make a utility function which knows how to look up where our URL and our images are stored in Convex. So over here, I'll make a function. I'll say function get file URL. That'll take in a file ID, and we can say doc, files of ID. And then we want to basically return some type of URL, which we don't know what the URL is. So this would have to be, I think it's already in our next public clerk URL. I think we can just grab this. I'll just do that. And I think I have to go look at the clerk docs. I'm sorry, I need to go look at the Convex docs, which are here. And then I'll say file storage, upload, serve. Let's look at here. What is the location of all these things? I think they tell you where it is. So they do kind of tell you where the URL is here. If we actually go to our files and we copy or click download, actually I'm going to click on copy link address. I do believe this will tell us the location too. So it looks like this. It's the Convex URL here, convex.cloud/API storage. And this actually will be the file ID. Cool. So in order for this to work in Next.js, we have to go to our next config, and we have to include that as an allowed like domain. I forget how to do that. I think you do images, Instead of guessing, let's just go to the next docs and figure that out. All right, so here's the example. You actually have to just like add this remote patterns type of thing. I think all you really need is the host name. So I think you do images. That's an object that has remote patterns, which is an array that has an object that has host name. We can actually paste in that convex URL. So then Next.js will allow us to view images from that URL. Okay, so using this helper function, we're going to go down here and we're going to just call it with file.fileID. And ID of files. I think this actually needs to be ID of storage, like this. There we go. So now if we go back to our UI, hopefully, if I just do a hard refresh, maybe that'll fix this error. So now the image shows up inside of our cards here. Now I do think 4 cards might be a little bit too much. I might go to the page and find out where we're doing the grid. I might make it a 3. I think 3 might make more sense. Maybe if you have more real estate width-wise, you could add more stuff. And for the PDF and the MyCSV, it looks kind of weird that there's no like image here. So I might make the same icon that we're doing here and just show it full. So let's go to where we're doing the cards here, file card. And then we're going to say if file.type is equal to CSV, we can go ahead and just show a, what did I call it up here? I could just do file types like this. And then we could bring in CSV. But unfortunately, I think I might just have to do this. I'll just do CSV and I'll render it like this so I can give it a class name, width of 20, height of 20. Kind of see how this looks. Okay, do the same thing with PDF, and we'll use whatever the PDF was, file text icon, like that. There you go, and you should probably also give it some type of overall width or height. I think we can give the card content, maybe we can just give this like a fixed height of 200 pixels and just see what that looks like. Okay, and then the content of it, we can just go ahead and say like flex, justify, center, items, center. And that should center the images on the page. Okay, looks a little bit better. It's not perfect. And then the download button. I feel like the download button should probably be centered too. So this over here will say class, flex, justify, center. All right, so now if we were to click on download, how would we get this to actually open up a new tab and download the file? Okay, so on clicking on this, let's just say on click, we're going to go ahead and open a new tab to the file location on Convex. So I think it's as simple as that. Now, sometimes this doesn't work on certain browsers. So like you might have to go and double check that, but let's click it. And now we get the image that pops up over there. Click on the PDF. It shows up inside a previewer. Click on the CSV and that downloads. Awesome. So let's go ahead and commit these changes. I'll say showing image preview in cards and ability to download the files. All right, so let's just keep adding stuff to this. I think one thing that every type of upload system might need is a filter or a search bar. So I think we're going to focus on that. And maybe we can search over the title of the file. Let's go to our page. And we need to add basically a search bar component. So let's find the title here. I think there's an H1 on this page somewhere. Here it is. And then under this, let's just pretend like we have a search bar. And we are going to go over here and just make a new app, search bar.tsx. And we're going to say export function search bar. And what does this thing need to have? It probably needs a form, and it needs an input box, and it needs like a search button. Since we know we need a form on this page, we might as well just go to the page that has a form already, which I believe is our upload button. Let's find a form. And we're probably going to grab a lot of the same code And it's going to be pretty simple. We just need like a form schema for keeping track of the search criteria. I'll paste that in. And really all we want is the query. I guess I could name it query. All right, what else do we need? Let's go here and we're going to construct the form. Let's put that at the top of the component and import some of these things. Make this an empty string as default. Then let's continue down. So for the form itself, we are going to need an onSubmit button. So let's just go ahead and grab this onSubmit function like that. And then we also want to find the form component, which I believe is down here near the bottom. Here it is. Let's just grab all the stuff in the form, and then we'll delete stuff that we don't need. Okay. We'll import some stuff along the way, add in some form fields, form items, form controls. And we'll call this query. And let's keep going down. So we don't need a file anymore, so we'll delete that. We do want a search button, and we should probably put an icon in here. This is like search icon. All right, let's see how this looks like. And we'll say this is going to say search. Also the loader. Okay. So now we got a form that should show up in our UI somewhere if we're displaying it. Let's go over here. I don't think I'm importing the search bar, so let's import it and refresh the page. There you go. It says title, and we have a search button. Now if I click it, it'll say you must contain at least one character. Now technically, I don't think it needs a character. Like if you were to delete all these and click search, it should show you everything. So let's change that a little bit. I'm just going to go ahead and find in the search bar, min could just be 0. That's fine. So now it won't give us an error if you don't search anything. And I do wonder if maybe it'll make more sense to put it right here so that we have more like horizontal real estate. So maybe we could actually put the search bar inside of that header. I'm going to cut it out. I'm going to scroll up here and we're going to find the header, which is here. I'll paste that in. There you go. We got the search bar. Let's go ahead and dial this a little bit. So the first thing we need to do is on the form itself, we should probably say flex gap of 4. That should put it on the same line. And then additionally, we should probably say, actually I'm gonna do gap of 2, and I'll say items center. Now this label right here is actually messing up the search, so I'm actually gonna get rid of the label. I'll just get rid of that label for right now. And now we have a nice search area. And then on the input itself, we probably need a placeholder. So I'll say placeholder is your file names. There. Okay, so now the idea is if you were to search, we need to basically change the convex query that we're doing to only give us back items that are related to the text that we're searching over. So let's go ahead and try doing that. Now, in order to do that, I think we're going to have to elevate state. We're going to have to lift state up here. So I'm going to say const query and set query is equal to use state. We'll set it to empty string for right now. And for the query text, we're going to change this function a little bit. So the first thing I'm going to do is we need to update the convex get files function to accept a query. So they can pass in whatever string they want, and it's actually optional. Okay, so it's optional. They don't have to pass it in. Now, there's ways we could actually do like a search index on convex. We might do that in a little bit, but the easiest approach, if you don't have a lot of files, like for example, if your org only has 300 or 400 files, it's not slow to just filter in the JavaScript, right? All of these mutations and queries run on the database that convex runs on their services. So unless you're dealing with like a lot of data, it's fine to just get all the files like this. And then you can simply just say files.filter. And then we want to get back the file whose title, or I guess you call it name, includes the query that was passed in from args. Okay, so just do a JavaScript query, and that works for a majority of cases. Now, if query is not defined, we probably shouldn't do a filter, right? So I'm going to say if args.query, if it's not defined, just return files. Also, if it just equals to like an empty string, that'll actually do the same thing. I don't need to do that. But if it is defined, let's do that. And that should hopefully, we're actually running into a little bit of issues. So I think the TypeScript thinks that this could potentially be undefined, even though I'm checking to make sure it's defined. I wonder if I actually swap these. Would that make it happy? No. Let's do this. Let's say const query is equal to args.query. And then I think this will make it happier. Sometimes you got to play around with TypeScript to make it happy. And technically you could do a ternary if you want to. If query is defined, do the filter. Otherwise, don't. But this should work, right? So now if we go back to our front end, we can pass in the query, which is going to be in state here. All right. And then depending on the query, we'll have to pass this in to that search bar, right? So I'm going to go ahead and say set query, and we're going to pass that in. And we also probably need to pass in query here so that we can actually like populate the form with it. Let's go over here and we're going to add query and set query. Query is a string, set query, dispatch. I forget what the type is. Let's go back to the page and just kind of look over what that is defined as. The dispatch, that state string. Okay, so let's just go ahead and do that. All right, so now this search bar component has the ability to modify some higher level state. And basically when we submit, all we need to do is just say set query equal to values dot query. Actually, let's not pass value in. Let's just do this. Click testing, click submit, and figure out why this failed. Okay, so I think there's a little issue with you search for something, you got no files back, but our page thinks that we're in like the empty state placeholder. So we have to kind of modify that just a little bit. Let's go over here, and we only want to show the empty state if query is equal to nothing, right? So if query is not defined, then that's when we can show that. We probably want to actually show this thing. So we're just going to do some refactoring because now our business use case has changed a little bit. And we can actually probably copy this whole thing. Just copy this whole logic here. And I'm going to put it here. And then we don't need to check if it's loading. But we do need to check if files is equal to nothing. And we should probably display that. Okay, so now I can type in like testing. I can type in my and delete it and clear it out. Awesome. And then also if I were to like delete all my items, I think the best way to check that is just to switch to a different org. And go ahead and try that. So there's a little bug here where basically the placeholder state, I'm actually going to abstract this away to a different component up here. I'll just go up here and say function placeholder state. I'll just call it placeholder, and then we're going to return that because we're going to use this in different places. So first of all, I'm going to put it here and delete that. And then up here, we can make this a little bit cleaner too. And now let's think about this logic. So we are loading the page and we don't have any files. But query is also not defined. Now that I think about it, we should probably just have this header show at all times. I think I'm overcomplicating this. I think we could just do this. And then the header will always be there. Your files, you can search for files, upload a file, you have no files. And then if I were to switch back to my personal account, we get some files there. I think that's a better UI and a better user experience instead of having like all these different views. So yeah, this looks pretty good in my opinion. Now, one thing I noticed is that if you were to do like my CSV, notice that the results don't come back. So we should probably go back to the back end where we do that filter. And then we should probably say name to lowercase. And then also the query that we send in we should to lowercase that as well, just so that we can match based on like criteria that match but aren't case sensitive. There we go. That looks good. Testing. Testing. Now I don't like how big this button is, so let's go back and find that search bar. And we're going to find the button, which was down here. And I think there's a size. I think you can say size, and we can give it a small, just so it's not as large. I think it's kind of distracting from the page. Now people can type in like whatever in search. Cool, so some additional features we should probably start adding is maybe a side navigation, because adding the ability to like favorite or star different documents might be important. So for adding a side nav, let's just add it to the page right now, but in Next.js you can use layouts. And so if we wanted to do nested layouts and have like the URL match what side navigation link we've clicked, we can do that too. But I like to build stuff as simple as possible and then refactor later. So for the side navigation, we can just make a div here for right now, and I'll say testing. I want to make sure this thing shows up. Okay. And then we want to split it left and right. So there's different ways you can do this. One way is you could potentially just make an entire wrapper here, and we can say flex, and then we're going to wrap these two components inside some flex. So let's just go ahead and say like div, and we'll do that. Okay, so now we should have testing on the left and our content on the right. And really what we want to do is probably just give this some fixed width. So I'll say like width of, I don't know, 32. See if that's large enough, maybe a little bit bigger. 40, that seems like it's pretty good. And then also, notice how there's like some space here on the side that we could potentially expand. So I think here we could say class name of wfull, which should expand it to the full page. Okay, so we've lost some horizontal real estate, but again, we're trying to add a side navigation here. And so some of the things we could add in is maybe a link for viewing all your files. So we're going to go ahead and just add like a button for right now. I'm going to do buttons, but we might come back and add them to be links. Let's import the button, and I'll say files. And this could be a file icon like this. Okay, and then you can actually do a variant here. So I can say like link. There you go. Maybe view files might be a better name for it, or all files. On the button itself, let's give it a class name of flex and gap of 2 so that the icon is spaced out a little bit. And I still don't like the spacing of this. Let's go ahead and look here. Right now, I think it's centered aligned. I think I'd rather like it if the button was left aligned. So I'm going to say flex and then justify start, I think is what we want. I do want to add some more space between here, so we can do a gap. So let's go over to flex, and I'll say gap of 8. Maybe that'll be good. Okay, so now we have a link for all files. And the reason I did this is so that we can potentially have sub-navigation. So like this is the main dashboard where we view all of our files. And this could actually be changed to a link. So over here, I think I could just put a link here and say href is equal to the dashboard. And this will be a next link component. So let's go ahead and bring it in. I'm not sure why it's saying link is not defined. Okay. Cool. So the reason I did this again is I wanted to add a favorite. So let's add another link here, and we will say favorites. And then we'll go over here and we'll call this favorites. And this will be a star icon. There you go. I probably want to add a little bit of spacing between these buttons. They're a little tightly squeezed. So we can say flex call, and we can say gap of 4. Kind of space those out. Looks a little bit better. And then when you click favorites, it should take you to a page that doesn't yet exist. Okay. So we need to kind of restructure our code a little bit to support, I think, nested routes. So the way that works in Next.js is inside of here, you can just make a page. And we can call one favorites. And we can also call one all files. And then what we could do, also what I'm going to do is like, I might nest this whole thing in a dashboard. Okay, so we're going to put both of those inside a dashboard page. And then we're going to move some files around, so bear with me. It might get a little bit messy at times, but we're going to figure this out. So this will go to dashboard and it'll go to files. And I'm actually going to rename this to files. And then this one will go to dashboard/favorites. Okay, so on the dashboard page, we can add a layout, which I'm actually just going to copy this one and I'll paste it in here. Now the way layouts work is that you basically, the pages that are here, those will get passed into the children of the layout. So if we were to just pretend that our main page, just grab a lot of this code. Let's just grab it all. I'm a fan of just copying everything and then like deleting stuff we don't need. So paste this all in, and then over here, this is where we're going to put our children. And then children will get passed in because it's a layout. I'll call this a dashboard layout. That. Metadata, we don't really need for right now. Just get rid of some of this stuff. Okay, and then for these links, definitely need to import those. Need to import the buttons. Need to import the file icon and the star icon. And so we can use this layout when we go to like dashboard/files or dashboard/favorites. So for the files page, we're going to basically copy this existing page and I'll put it here. And we're going to rename some stuff. I'll call this the files page. And the main difference here is that like we don't need this side nav anymore. So I can actually delete basically all this stuff. Because remember, the layout is going to be responsible for all that. So let's just go ahead and delete those two. That should be good. Since we did nest this too deep, we have to kind of prefix these to make them in the right location. So I can just go ahead and do that. Okay, and then for favorites, we'll just make a blank page for right now. I'll say page.tsx. I'll say export default function favorites page. And that can just return a div. All right. And then for this main page that we're on, some stuff is going to change. Like we don't need to have all this code on our main page. In fact, I don't think we even need a main page here for right now. So I can actually just delete that whole thing. And some of these components that we made are specifically for the files page. So let's just go ahead and move those in. Such as upload button. File card is one of them. All right, so from moving all these files around, we do have a couple of places that we have to fix, like the import locations. Again, just add 2 .. slashes to all of these things. That should make it happy. These are actually in the directory. I'm not sure why I added those. Let's go back. And we'll do, okay. For file card, add that in. All right, so let's check if this works. I'm going to go to dashboard, dashboard/files, and that should hopefully show our page, loading your images. There you go. If you click favorites, it should take us to dashboard favorites, and we don't actually have anything that displays here yet. So we probably need to display something. Let's go to our favorites page and then probably display a title very similar to how we did it over here. So let's go and find the H1, probably grab this. There, now you can navigate between them. So in regards to like the state of if you've actually clicked on one of these side navigations, let's try to work on that. So the way that kind of works is the layout. We could actually abstract this to a client component. I could probably just call it like links or something, or I can call it side nav. So let's make another component here called sidenav.tsx, and we'll say use client, and we'll say export function sidenav. Let's go ahead and paste that in and return it. This, go ahead and import some stuff. And then let's use that side nav here. So I'll just go ahead and say side nav, and we're going to delete the existing thing. All right, and so the reason we're doing this, in fact, I think I should put the side nav next to this layout file, not up a level. So let's fix that real quick. Yeah, so we're doing this because we want to know what path we're currently on. And the way you can get that in Next.js, you can say const path is equal to use path name, like this. And then based on the path name, so if it's dashboard/files or dashboard/favorites, we could style the link a little bit differently, or the button, I guess. Let's try doing that. I'm going to go ahead and just bring something called CLSX in, where we can give it flex gap 2. And then we're also going to give it an object here, where we can basically change the styling of this if it is currently selected. So I'm going to go ahead and say, like, I don't know, give it a text of blue. How about that if we've selected it? And then the way you can do this is you need to pass a Boolean true or false. So we can say if path name dot includes dashboard/files, then that'll be selected. And we'll do the same thing over here and paste that in. And now as we navigate between these, hopefully, it's not working yet. Hold on. Oh, I think this one needs to be called favorites. Okay, so now as you click them, you see how the side nav is actually updating. Pretty cool. I might actually do blue 500 instead. There we go. And so as far as what do we want to display on the favorites page, I think it's going to look identical to this. So maybe we can create like a shared common component, but change how the data is passed in so that different pages can pass in different queries that are using Convex, right? So is there a way we can kind of abstract that away into a common shared component? On the dashboard itself, I might just make a browser, okay? And then we might just grab a majority of this code and put it inside of that. In fact, I actually might make a underscore components directory here. And I might put all of these inside of that. And I might get rid of the browser for right now. We're going to figure this out. I'm going to go ahead and make an identical page for files. So files page, your files. And the way I want this to work, I'm going to rename this one to file browser actually. And then we can go up here and instead of exporting default of files page, I'll say file browser. And we can use this on both pages. So now if I go over here, I could simply add in file browser and import it. And then also over here where it has files, you can import this one. So now both pages will look identical. There's an issue with the title up here. We probably need to have that passed in. So like title will be your files, like that. And then over here for favorites, we'll just do favorites. So let's dive into file browser and let's allow that to be passed in a title of string. And then we want to go to the H1 that we have somewhere and we're going to use that title. Okay, so now we have favorites and your files. And the main difference is that one of them needs to have a different type of query than the other. So first of all, we don't have a way to mark anything as favorite. So we should probably add that to the dropdown. So if we go to like the file card, remember we have these drop downs. When you click them like this, we have a delete option. But maybe if we also add a favorite. So let's find the drop down menu for delete. Let's add one called favorite. Our icon, we'll add that in. And we'll have to do something when someone clicks this button. We'll figure that out in just a second. Let's make sure this shows up. Okay, it does. We probably don't want it red though, so let's go ahead and get rid of the red. And then also I want to add a divider here. I think it's like drop down divider. Menu divider. All right, let's go to drop down menu, and I do believe there's like a separator in one of these. Drop down separator. Okay, that's what I wanted. I wanted to just paste that in so that the delete one is a little bit separate from the rest because all right, so the idea is if you click on the favorite, we probably want this to invoke a convex action, so we set a boolean or something to know if this is a favorite or not. All right, so let's go to the convex files, and we're going to say export const toggle favorite. And that's going to be a mutation that takes in an args. And in fact, it's going to look very similar to this. So we might as well just like copy everything here and paste it in. And I might actually abstract that to a helper function because it's kind of duplicative. But what we want to do is get the file, which we're getting here, make sure we have access to it. And then we're going to go ahead and mark it as a favorite for my organization or my user that I'm logged in as. So how do we do that? Well, we probably need to make a new table. So let's go to our schema real quick. And I'm going to go ahead and mark one called favorites, define table. And then we want to link the file ID. And this will actually be called files instead. So that'll kind of point this favorites to this files. And then we probably want the org ID so that we have a way to separate between organizations, and then also the user ID. So I'll just say like user ID is equal to v.string. Actually, no, I'll say ID of users, and that'll point this to this users table. All right, so basically this table is to map a user to a file, and we're also going to kind of isolate it by an org ID because you could potentially have multiple organizations in your account, and you can have multiple favorites in that org. So secondly, in order to like query this table to see if we already have a favorite record for a file, we probably need to add an index. And we can actually have multiple properties or fields set up in the index, right? So we can do it by user ID. I think we do by user ID and then file ID. And then potentially org ID. That might allow us to quickly look it up. So we're going to go ahead and just say like user ID, file ID, org ID. And I might actually switch these. Okay, so why are we doing that? Well, it allows us to basically say, give me the favorite from the database. I can say await db, or sorry, context.db dot query. We want to get the favorites where the index of this is equal to, and we'll pass this a callback. Then we're going to say q.equals user ID, and then we have the user ID. It's context. Actually, I think this is the first time we've done this. We don't have the user ID, so we need to also look up the user. So I'm going to say const user is equal to await context.db.query users with index. And I promise I'm going to refactor this code in just a second. I just want to get like this basic functionality set up. So with index q, there's no indexes on this, so we need to add. Oh, we have the token identifier. Okay, so why is this not working? Let me comment this out. I think that's messing up my autocomplete. With index by token identifier, and then we're going to go ahead and say q dot equals token identifier, and then I think we have the token identifier should be identity dot token identifier, and then we'll get the first one. All right, so that's getting the actual user record from the database, right? And the reason we're doing this is because we're attaching favorites to the user ID. So if there is no user, we should probably throw an error. So no user found. And then over here, we can finally check to see if the favorite exists. So we'll do this. User ID is going to be user.id. And then we're also going to check the org ID, which is going to be file.orgid. And then finally, we're going to check the file ID. And then again, we'll do it first. Just give us that back. And so what we're doing here is if there is no favorite, we can create one. Otherwise, we can delete one. So for creating one, we can say await context db.insert. And then we're going to insert into favorites. And then we're going to insert the file ID, the user ID, which is user._id. And then also the org ID, which is file.orgid. Okay, otherwise we need to delete it. So context db delete, and then we'll say delete the favorite underscore ID. All right, that was a lot of code. Okay, it's a lot of code, but again, we can make utility functions to make this better. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to extract away all this. And yeah, honestly, all this we can abstract away. I'm going to make it into a function down here. I'm going to say function. Yeah, I'll say function has access to file. And what this is going to do is it's going to basically run all this. And we can make this an async function. We can pass in a context, which could be a query context or a mutation context. And then we also need a file ID, which will be b dot. I think we can do ID, and then we can say files like this. Okay, let's just go ahead and pass in file ID. And everything else, basically what we're going to do is if we don't have access to some of this stuff, we're just going to return null. Okay, so if you're not logged in, return null. If there is no file by that ID, return null. If you don't have access, return null. If there's no user by that identity, we can return null as well. And then finally, we can just return user and the file. And that should be good. Okay, so now we can, I think, reuse this function in place of all of this. So we can say const access is equal to as access to file. We'll pass it context, and we'll also pass it args.file ID. And then we can delete all this stuff because we know if that the access is not defined, we can simply just throw a new error. So we'll say throw new convex error, no access to file. And then if it is defined, we have access.user. And we also have access.file. Like this. Do the same thing over here, access.file, access.user. Okay, so now this function is easier to read. It's less code. And then we have this reusable access checker for files that we can actually come over here and reuse for this. So verify that the user's logged in and they have access to a file. So all this code that we had before goes away. And we know that if we got null back here, we wouldn't have access to delete a file. Now, can we do the same thing over here? Get files? Probably not. Create file? Probably not. That's good enough right now. So now to test this out, basically, if we go to our file card, we need to invoke that toggle function. So let's find out up here. We can say const favorite equals use mutation api.files dot toggle favorite. And I might actually just name this variable the same as that. And so now what we can do is down here, if you click it, we can invoke it. And we need to pass it the file ID, which I believe is already passed in. So let's go ahead and click on this, and let's click favorite. And what that should have done is it should have created a favorite entry. If I go to my data over here, go to favorites, see that we have an entry. That worked fine. Now let's also go here, and I'll click it again, and that should delete that entry. Awesome. So that's all working perfectly fine. And now it's a matter of just like changing this star to be filled in if it's already favorited, and also having it show up over here in the favorites list. So let's go ahead and just favorite one of them. Let's go to our favorites list, and we got to figure out a way to query for all the files that we currently have favorited. Okay, so let's go to favorites here. I'm going to close everything. And for the file browser itself, what we could potentially do is I'm going to convert this to use client. And we're going to go ahead and run a query when this page first loads. So I'm going to say const, I'll say files is equal to use query. And then we want to basically write a new query function, which we haven't created yet. So I'm going to go to the convex files. So there's two approaches we could take. We could either copy and paste this entire function called like get favorites, or we could just add an argument here to know if we're only looking for favorites or not. I might just add an argument that's like favorites v.optional, and it's a v of boolean. So if that's passing as true, we know that we should only grab the files that we have marked as a favorite. And so we could probably just add another query down here to say like if args.favorites. I think what I'll do is I'll say let, this will be a let files. And then over here, we're going to say files is equal to that. And at some point, we're going to return files. And then if we're doing favorites only, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to basically figure out all the favorites that a user has. So I'll say const favorites is equal to await context.db.query. We want to get all the favorites. So the cool thing with an index is you don't have to pass in that third thing in the list. You can just pass in the first two. And so if we actually just do a query here and say equals user ID is going to be equal to, do we have the user? I don't think we have the user. So we're going to have to like look that up again. So I might come back and refactor this a little bit. But we could just do that query here to get the user. And then the user ID is going to be like this. We'll do another equals, and we want to get the org ID equal to args.orgid. And then we're going to collect. Okay, so that'll give us back all of the favorites that are attached to this user and that org ID. Also, there's an issue if user is not defined, which I mean, it probably should be, but just in case, I'll say if there is no user, I'll just return files. So now we got all the favorites, right? We got an array of all the favorites, and what we need to do is filter the files more. So files is equal to files.filter. And we want to only get the files where the favorites list has that file ID. So here is favorites. It's a list, and I'm going to say if some include oh wait, hold on. So one is a favorite dot file ID. Okay. A little bit confusing. Does that make sense? So basically filter down these files and only give me the ones that are favorites. Now again, if there's a lot of files in your system, then you probably have to change how you're doing some of these filtering. But this will work for a smaller data set, and then you can come back and do more load testing later. Well, let's see if this works. So basically, if we do files, and I'm going to say get files, and then we're going to pass in a couple of things. We need the org ID, we need favorites of true, and then query, empty string for right now. And the org ID, I don't remember how we got that before, but I think we did it on the file browser. Somewhere that comes from someplace. Actually, I don't think I need to do the query here. What I need to do is basically just pass in a Boolean and say favorites. And that'll just be a property. I can go over here and say favorites. An optional. So we'll say favorites optional Boolean, like that. And basically, if this thing is defined, we'll pass it in. I think that should be good enough. Hopefully. Test out. We're probably going to break everything. So now all files and favorites. Hey, it actually worked. Cool. So now it actually only shows us the ones that are favorited. If I delete it, it's gone. Go over here. I'll favorite that one, and they show up. Let's commit what we have. We've done quite a lot. So I'll say like refactoring into layouts and adding favorites feature. Now another thing I want to check is like, does this still work if I do like CSV? And if I were to switch, yeah, that works. Awesome. So we reuse basically the entire component on both pages, but we've written the code in such a way that we can just like pass in different options that have it query for different types of data sets and filtered down. I think this is pretty cool. Works pretty well. Another thing I would like to do is I want to change this to be a filled in star if it actually is favorited, because right now it's hard to know. So in order to know if this card, this individual file ID has been favorited by this user, there's a couple of ways we can do it. We could basically just ask for the entire list of all my favorites, and then we can do that same check in the front end to know when this should be marked as filled in or not. Maybe we'll do that approach. That might be the easier approach. So let's go ahead and do something like this. We're going to grab that toggle favorite method, and we're going to paste it. And the difference is that this is going to be a query, and we want to get all of the favorites. So I'll just go ahead and like change this to OrgID, and this will be a string. And I'll say get all favorites. And I think we have a method get has access to org already, and we could probably just pass in args.orgid. There's something else we need to pass to it, the token identifier. So yeah, we should probably pass in the token identifier to this, which I think yeah, what do we do? How do we do that? We need to do this. Let's do that. Token identifier, save that. Okay, so get all favorites. If we have access to the org, I mean, if we don't, then we should probably just return like an empty array. But if we do, let's just go ahead and look up all the favorites by user ID and org ID. And right now we don't have the user yet either. So we might have to, I think what I'm going to do is write another helper utility, because this one is just, we're like copying and pasting code everywhere. I'm not a fan. So has access to org already gets the user. What I might actually do is do a similar approach where if there is no user, where else are we calling get user? Do we call it other places? Add org to user. We call it here, and that's used on, I think, on the webhook. Where's has access to org being called? It's only being called in this file. So I think what I'm going to do is, instead of using get user, because I think it's throwing an error and I don't want it to, what I'm going to do instead is I'm just going to call this method. Like this. And then I'm going to go ahead and say if there is no user, return null. This will have a context already, so I can say, where's the identity? I can grab this. If there's no identity, again, we can return null. And then that, get the user. And then we just basically check that stuff, and if there is no access, so has access is not defined, return null. And then finally return user, and I think that's all we want to do. Okay, so the reason we did that is because like there's a lot of duplicate code that was like happening throughout the code base. So instead, we're going to say if there's no access here, Do that. That should be good. Go ahead and fix his other places. Don't need the identifier anymore. Don't need that, because that method already does it. Up here, we don't need. Has access to org. Again, the only reason we're doing this is to get the user, but we should have the user already. So access.user. Okay. Go ahead and refactor that one too. That should have a user on it, should have a file on it. Oh, this will be args.orgid. So we're actually coming back to the function we originally were writing. We're just kind of refactoring this a little bit. And what this needs to do is just return all of them. So I'll say collect. And then we could probably just return favorites. Like that. And then this one, we don't need to check the identity. This one has access to org. That should already come back with the user, so I don't need to do this check anymore. I can just say okay, so that's kind of reusing another utility function that should hopefully help us out. A lot of changes. I don't know if the app's going to work anymore, but let's try it out. So I can go here, click on that. Okay. Add it back. Yeah, seems like it's still working. That's pretty cool. All right, so again, the whole reason we did this is because we wanted to add a new method called getAllFavorites that we can invoke from the front end and basically pass that in. So if I were to go back to the browser, in the file browser, we want to get all the favorites. So let's just go ahead and say use query, and we're going to say API files get all favorites. And this thing needs to take in an OrgId, which we have down here. So let's actually move this like that. And there's an overload on this. So I'm going to go ahead and say, like, I might rename this a filter for favorites or favorites only. Maybe that'll be a better name, because let's go to the favorites page, and that one needs to be favorites only. There we go. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to skip. So if OrgId is not defined, we're going to go ahead and just like skip this entire thing. I need to do this. We don't need any of that. And this is a Boolean now, so I think I need to change that a little bit. Okay. So now the query should come back and we should get an array of all the favorites that this user in this org are associated with, right? And so we could probably pass that down into the file cards. I'll just go ahead and just pass it directly in so that it has access to all the favorites. So this will be, we'll say favorites, and this will be a doc of favorites, and it'll be an array. So now, the reason we're doing all that is so we can actually make a function, say like function is favorited, and it's going to take in a file. Maybe it just needs the file ID. I'll just do like a ID files. And then basically just return if any of these dot file ID is equal to the file ID that was passed in. I'll go ahead and make this a file ID. That'll return true or false, right? If one of these is favorited, it should. Yeah, that should work, right? Anyway, let's go and try to use this. So somewhere down here we have the actions Okay. Now for the actions, we're going to pass in a boolean called isFavorited, like this. And this will just be a function that the file actions can call. Actually, this can be a computed. isFavorited could be a computed instead of a function. I don't think there's a reason to call it as a function. I think we can just do this, and this will be file.fileID. And then we're going to pass that in. Go ahead and look here. And isFavorited, we'll pass it as a boolean. And honestly, like the reason we're doing this again is like we want to toggle the icon here. So if it is favorited, we'll do a star full. I don't know if there is a stars full. They have a star half. I mean, let's just roll with that because I'm not going to bring in another icon library just for this. So let's go ahead and just bring this in like this, and we'll give it the same class. And then basically, we will just toggle that. If it's favorited, we'll do a star icon. If it's not, we'll do a star half. And then let's fix this TypeScript error. What is this complaining about? Oh, one is, okay, file ID is not what we want. We want ID here. Thank you, TypeScript. All right, what else are we messing up here? So this could be potentially undefined, and technically, if it's undefined, we'll just pass an empty array. I think that'll be a cleaner approach to that. All right, let's try this out. If this thing works, I will be amazed. So let's just go ahead and click this and see. Okay, this actually is fully starred, and this is half starred. So now if I click it, it's fully starred. Now I'm going to change the text because I don't think the text is very apparent what happens when you click it. So I'm actually going to go back to the file card, and I'll find that half star. Let's wrap this in a fragment. Okay, so if it's a star icon, if it is favorited, I'll say unfavorite. Otherwise, we'll say favorite. And now this thing has to probably be like wrapped in a div. Let's see how this looks. This needs to be fixed. So this needs to be flex gap 1 items center, like that. All right, that looks pretty good. I'm gonna go ahead and commit. I'm gonna say display favorite icon based on status. So another thing I think would be really cool to add in would be the way to basically hide this delete button unless you are like an admin or a moderator on this organization. Because right now I think I am an admin. If I go to clerk and go to my user, I think you'll see that I am an admin of the organization, which is here. Okay, but if I were to add a user, and then they shouldn't be able to delete it unless they're promoted to an admin as well. So let's try doing that. I'm actually going to log out and see if I can just assign them to the same organization. Okay, so let's go to organizations. I'm going to manually do this. I think my awesome team is what we could potentially use together. And then I'm going to go to members. I think if I go and click add member and just add my own personal account here. And we're just going to give them a member access, not an admin access, and go ahead and add that in. Okay, so now I have an admin and I have a member. Okay, you can also add more roles. I think I talked about that at the beginning. And so if you have more fine-grained roles you might need in your system, you can do that. But if I were to go to my awesome team up here and go ahead and upload a file, some file, go ahead and select this image, I guess. Click submit. You'll see that I have access to delete it. Maybe we don't. Maybe we don't want access. Okay, and so Clerk has a built-in component called protect, which you can use, I think, to kind of like show something else where like you don't have access to delete or something. Let's try this out to just basically hide certain things. So with Next.js, you basically import this protect component and you wrap whatever you want to hide with it. So remember, we have a delete and we're going to hide it based on if the user has access to it. So let's just go ahead and bring that in. And we need to make sure that you are a certain permission, which I don't know what it is. I have to go look this up. I think if I go to organizations and then go to, actually, let's go to organization settings, go to roles, and we want org admin. I think we can just do role here, actually, and then I'm going to say role admin. Is that what it is? Org admin. Org admin. Let's try that out. And then for fallback, I'm actually just going to return a fragment. We just want to hide this completely. Like, don't show the delete button unless you have permission to be an admin. And so now you'll notice it's actually gone, which is pretty cool. There is that little horizontal ruling, though, that we got to get rid of. So let's just go ahead and I'm going to slap that in there, too. That should be good. So now if I were to log in or give that person administration access to that org, it'll show up. But there's also another thing we have to do, and that is the backend. We need to make sure that the backend still checks roles. Because if someone is smart enough, they go to your network tab and they could just make a request to delete that item. And we don't have that set in yet. So I think we're going to have to go back to the webhooks and we're going to have to figure out a way to basically figure out what role the user is granted when they were added to the organization. And I think we go back to the event catalog. Organization created might have the role in here, maybe. Oh, sorry, organization membership. Where's membership? Organization membership created. Over here, is there a role anywhere? There is. There's a role of admin. So that's nested inside a data role. Yeah, so what we could do is when we get a webhook, so remember the webhooks are in that HTTP. Over here, when a membership is created, we could just go ahead and store the role, and that could be result.data.role. And then we need to basically keep track of that in Convex, right? So users, I'll say role, I'll say v.string. Actually, for right now, let's keep this as a v.union, and then I'll say v.literal, and that's going to be a admin, or it's going to be a v.literal of a member. I think those are the two things that we have. And then I'm going to pull this out to roles, and I'll say export const roles is equal to that, so that we can use that type elsewhere in our code base if we want to. Yeah, so now we got to update this to take in a role, which will be that roles from the schema we just created. This thing, when I create a user, you know, now that I think about it, we don't want to put the role in the user. We need to put the role on the org ID. So I think instead of just saying an array, this is an array of strings, I think we might need to make this an array of object that has an org ID, which is a string, and then also has a role, which is a roles here. But then we can get fine-grained knowledge of, like, are you a member or an admin of that role? And there's also the edge case of like personal accounts. I'll have to figure that out. But yeah, let's go back to here. And so the way this works is we basically need to append a new object here. So I'll say org ID, and then I'll say role is a role. Okay, so that's going to work for patching the user, but also here, actually, I think that should be fine. So then over here for has access, user.org-IDs, we actually need to say sum, and I'll say item.org-ID is equal to org-ID. All right, so hopefully that's good. And then over here, role, what's complaining about this? I'm not sure what the difference between that is. But what I might do is just say if it's admin, then set it to admin. Otherwise, set it to member. To get this working, I think we may have to go and just like delete some of this OrgId access. Because right now it's like a string, but really it should be an array of things. Okay. And then manually we'll go in the clerk and we're just going to go ahead and just like delete people from organizations for right now. Let's go to organizations. This has 2 members. So let's actually delete this one. Go ahead and remove them. And then I'm going to add them back. And I think that should fire off the WebSocket event. And then that should hopefully update them to have that OrgId, which it does. Awesome. Here you have it. They are a member. If I do the same thing with this, I'm going to delete this. There must be at least one organization member with minimum required permissions. I'll make him an admin for right now because I do want to just delete this one. And then I'm going to add them back. This, they're going to be an admin. And then they're going to be a member. Again, these are just workarounds. Obviously, you'd have to listen into more WebSocket events. I think there's one for when your membership is updated and not necessarily created. But I think you get the gist. And so now if we go to our app and you notice that the delete button doesn't show up for this user, which is good, but we haven't updated the backend to verify that. So for example, when someone tries to delete an item or delete a file, what we need to do is probably get back the organizations that they have access to and also get their roles. So has access to file. Right now that's calling has access to org, which is calling this, and it returns the user. So we do have the user already. So we can just go back to delete, I believe. And access should have user, and then it should have org IDs. And what we could do, I'll say is admin equal to sum org.org ID. Actually, no, we want to look up. So I'm going to say find where the org ID is equal to access.file.org ID. And then once we've found it, we're going to make sure the role is equal to admin. Okay, and if we're not, then probably say you don't have access. So I'll just throw an error saying you no access to file, or you have no admin access to delete. Will this work? I'm not sure. Let's try it out. So again, we have to go back to the card and find that protect method. And I'm actually just going to comment it out for right now so we can test this. What we should expect to see is the backend throw some type of error because we're trying to delete a file that we don't have access to. So delete it. We get an error back. It says you have no admin access. And now, if I were to go back and give that user admin access, I think it would be nice to actually add in the webhook for getting that event. It's just going to be more work, but let's not be lazy. Let's add it in. So let's add in another event for organization membership updated. So let's go ahead and add that in, save that. And then we got to go back to this switch statement. And we're going to go ahead and just check for updated. And the difference is we'll have to make another method called update role in org for user. And basically what we need to do is pass in the org, the role. And yeah, this should probably run the same stuff. Let's go to this method. Probably won't be too hard to add in, I don't think. Just go ahead and copy and paste that. And the difference is we're going to have to basically find the org ID. So const org is equal to user.orgids.find. Find it where it's equal to args.org ID. Okay, and we can just mutate it. So I'll say role is equal to args.role. And then we can just go ahead and patch it back. So I think we could simply just say user.orgids. This one, if there is no role here, I guess we could say if no org, then we should probably throw new convex error expected an org on the user, but was not found when updating. And that should allow us to like not put that conditional there. All right, moment of truth. Let's save these things and then let's go ahead and update the user. Let's go to organizations. Let's go here. Let's go to members. I'm going to change this account to an admin. Go to data. And then I'm going to look at, I don't know which one I need to look at. But they both say member, so that's probably not good, right? They should both be saying admin. Go to logs. Update role and org for user. Let's just console log this out. Console log result.data.role. Maybe it's just never changing for some reason. So let's go back to clerk. We'll change this one to member. And I'll go over here. And it printed out org of member. All right, so I think I just need to change this a little bit. I need to say if role is org of admin, then we will be admin, otherwise we'll be a member. Let's save this, just double check. If I switch back to admin, you get org of admin, go to data, go to our users, and you can see that now one is admin, the other is member. So I do just need to like force that one back to be member. And that should be good. Okay, so all of that, because what I'm trying to do is I want to show you that if I try to delete it, it'll fail. Okay, so that did fail. You have no admin access to delete. But if I were to go back to clerk and give this user admin access, go over here and wait a little bit for the WebSocket event to come in and then click delete, I can delete it now. Awesome. So I think we made some good progress on that. I'm going to go ahead and just add in ability to change user roles and protect the delete functionality. So on many of these file upload and storage systems, they actually don't allow you to automatically just delete an item. What they normally do is they mark it for deletion, and then some type of cron job will come through and delete it after 30 days or after a couple of weeks or something like that. So I might actually try to add a trash subnavigation where you can still view the files that are like marked for deletion, but Convex has a really cool way to basically set up cron jobs that run periodically, and we could just loop through all the items that need to be deleted and just go ahead and delete them permanently from our system if we need to. All right, so first of all, let's go to the layout of the dashboard, and let's go to the side nav. And over here, I'm going to copy another link, and I'll call it deleted. Or I'll call it trash, actually. And this could go to a trash dashboard, and we want to check to see if the link has /trash in it. So then on the dashboard, what we need to do is make another directory called trash. And then inside of the trash, we can do something similar to favorites, where we're going to have like maybe some type of boolean that only grabs the items that have been marked for deletion. Yeah, so let's go ahead and try doing that. So in the file browser, I'm going to say delete only, or deleted only. Maybe that'd be a better name for it. And then I'm going to go ahead and just go in the file browser, and I'm going to go ahead and just pass that in as, again, an optional boolean. And the difference is we're going to go ahead and just pass that in. And that thing is not defined yet. So what we need to do is I'm going to go to that get files method, and that's going to be a v-optional v-boolean. And then scrolling down, we're going to modify this and also just say if we only want deleted only, then what we could do is just filter out the ones that is deleted or is marked for, I'll call it should delete. Sometimes I jump around with what the name stuff. Okay, so now is should delete should probably be attached to the file itself. So let's go to the schema, and this will be a boolean, which I'm going to make it optional, be optional for right now. And basically, if this thing is set to true, when the cron job runs, it's just going to delete the item. Okay. Now, technically, we should probably have like a delete at timestamp, 30 days to a time. Maybe we can do that. I think it's going to keep it simple for right now, so I can show you the cool ability that Convex has for cron jobs. All right, so now let's go back to the trash, and then that should only show deleted files. Now the difference is if we go to files, when you mark a file to be deleted, what we need to do is instead of deleting it from the database, we're actually just going to update it. We're going to say context db, and then we'll say patch args.file ID. And then we're going to go ahead and just say should delete is true. Like that. So now that what that will do is should put it in the deleted or the trash section. Secondly, with the side nav, we need to change that to a trash icon. The trash icon. Here we go. And if you click it, it should take us to trash. Right now we don't have anything marked for deletion, so let's just go ahead and mark this image for deletion. And you'll see down at the bottom, this modal actually needs to be renamed a little bit. Your file is gone from our system. Instead of saying gone from our system, I'm going to say file marked for deletion. Your file will be deleted soon. Okay, and then secondly, this action will mark the file for our deletion process. Files are deleted periodically. I'll just kind of make that description a little bit better. And then if I go to trash, it does show up here. So the issue is that it probably shouldn't show up in all files after we've marked it as deleted. So I'm going to go back to the files file that we have, and where we do get files, basically, we want to filter out the deleted files down here. So if it's deleted only, then we only want the deleted. Otherwise, we're going to say do the opposite of that. I'm just going to go ahead and say, give me the ones that are not should delete, and then return that. So now if I go back to all files, there, it's gone now. So now we only have the ones in trash. Now we probably want an option for restoring it. So if the item has already been deleted, we probably want to allow us to like restore it so that it won't get deleted in the future. So let's go ahead and add another method here. Instead of delete file, we're going to add a restore file. Restore file. And that's going to do all the same logic basically, but we're going to say should delete is false. Okay. And then we can call that from the card. Let's go to the card and let's find that delete method. And we're basically going to say if file dot should delete is true, then we're going to add a restore icon, which I don't know if there is like a restore icon. Maybe undo icon might be pretty cool. And then we'll put some text that says restore. And then otherwise, I do need to put this class on it so it looks better. And then I probably need to wrap this whole thing in a div like this. Put that div over there. And then otherwise, we want to, let's just do this. All right, save that. Okay, there. Now, instead of red, I'm going to do green for restore, and I'll get rid of the text here. Okay, so now it should say restore, and when you click it, instead of calling delete, well, instead of opening this modal, again, I'm just going to say if file.shouldDelete, Otherwise, we'll open up the confirmation. And then if it already is deleted or in the marked as deleted, all we need to do is just go ahead and bring in restore file like this. And then I'm going to call it. We'll say file ID is equal to file.id. And then that should bring it back from that state. Okay, so let's just go ahead and click restore. And now it's added back over here. Awesome. Okay, so now in terms of, we definitely need to add back the protect that I deleted on accident. So let's add that back. And that should probably wrap both the delete and the restore. So when it comes to Convex, they have a really cool cron job ability where I can just make a crons file like this. And we can basically have it run some type of action or mutation every hour or every minute. Let's just make a crons.ts. And then I'm going to go ahead and just add in a interval. Actually, I'm going to grab all of this. Okay, and so for right now, we'll do every minute. But what we want to have it do is call some type of method for deleting the file for real this time. So let's find delete file. And we're going to make another one above this. We'll say export const delete all files equals an internal mutation because we only want to have this called from that cron job. Go ahead and copy some of this stuff. And we don't need to check access because we know it's only ever going to be called from a convex action or a cron job, right? So let's get all the files. I'm going to say files, get them all. And then I'll say await context db query. Give me all the files. And in this point, we probably want to add some type of index to the files to know which ones need to be deleted. So I'm going to go ahead and just add an index here. I'll say by should delete. And then we're going to go ahead and say should delete. Okay, so that allows us to basically query based on that index. So should delete q.equals should delete. And we want to make sure that it's true. And then we'll say collect. And now what we could do is we can just loop through every file. So for, I'll say await promise.all. We'll do files.map file. And then we basically want to just return await context db delete file underscore of ID. Okay, so that will basically do a batch write and just delete all those records. But the other thing we need to do is we're going to have to return, we're going to have to delete the actual files from the storage, right? So I'll say context storage.delete file.file ID. So delete from storage first and then delete the actual entry. And yeah, that should be good, I hope. Let's go ahead and do that. Now this will work for a majority of cases, right? If you have too many files, like let's say you're trying to delete thousands at a time, you're going to have to break this up into smaller chunks and process them individually, like batches of 5,000 at a time or something. But overall, I think internal mutations have a timeout of like 10 or 15 minutes or something. So what we're going to do is from that cron, we're going to call that from files, and then we'll just call that every minute. Now let's look at what this is complaining about. Args were not provided. I don't need to pass any file IDs. And then down here we have to export the crons. Make sure you don't forget that. So export it. And now the cron should be enabled. So I'm going to say delete any old files marked for deletion. And let's just go ahead and mark a couple for deletion. So let's go here and I'll add this one. Oh, notice that the delete icon got messed up. So let's go back to that card. And I think this needs to be a trash icon. I'll mark that for deletion. I'll just delete them all. Why not? And then we'll go to our trash and we'll just wait here. And at some point it should delete both of these from our system. And there you have it. They're both gone. So the cron job fired off. It fires off every minute. You could change that to be every day if you want to. And then you can just let the user know that like, hey, we delete these every day in the morning at 9 a.m. Or you could do that approach where I have like a deleted at timestamp or a deletion timestamp. And then basically the cron just fires every hour, checks things that need to be deleted and clears them out. So I thought this was pretty cool. Like this is something that's just built in the Convex. You don't have to worry about it. All right, so the next thing I want to add is if different people in your organization upload files, it'd be nice to see like who uploaded it and also like what date time they uploaded it at. So that's what we're going to try to work on. Now, unfortunately, we didn't pull over the username when someone registers in Clerk, right? So we got to go back to that webhook. And basically when a user is created, we probably want to pull over some additional information and pass it over for create user. Okay, so we probably want like the name of the person. So I could say result.data. I think there's a first name we could probably use. And then technically we could do like a result data dot last name. And if it's not defined, we could just go ahead and just default these to something else right now. Okay, so we got the name, also the profile image we probably want to pull over. So I'll say image, and that's result.data.image URL. So we're trying to send over name and image to the mutation, but the mutation doesn't know about it. So let's go here to this internal mutation. It's going to take a name. It's going to take an image, and that could be also a string. All right, and so we definitely want to store those things. So we'll say name is args.name and image is args.image, like that, which means we have to go to our schema and we should probably add those in. So I'm going to say name, and I think these typically might need to be optional, but we'll just do that for right now. So v.optional, v.string. And so we're going to store those over when the user were to create their account. Now we could also listen for another event called user updated, I believe, because you can update your image in Clerk, and we probably want to like listen for that update. So let's just go ahead and copy that. And I think it's called user updated. And what we could do is make another internal mutation called update user, like that. Let's go back to users, and we are going to just copy this whole thing. We're going to say update user. I'm taking the same arguments as before, but now we got to get the user first. So I'm going to say await context db query users. And then we want to say with index, and then we want to say token identifier. We'll say q.equals token identifier args.token identifier. That'll give us back the user. I can just go ahead and say first. If there is no user, we probably want to throw a new convex error. No user with this token found. And then finally we have the user, we can just update them. So I'll say db patch, pass in the user's ID, and then we're going to pass in the name and the image. And so now that we added this user updated webhook, we got to come back in the Clerk and we got to make sure we add that to the subscribed events. So let's go down to user, where's that? User updated, just click that, click save. Then we should be good on that front. The one thing you'll notice is that this thing is hard-coded like 4 different places. Not the best. What we should probably do is copy that, and we're going to go to Convex, and we're going to add that as an environment variable. I'll just call it clerk hostname. Paste that in, save it, and now we'll have access to go over and use that. So I'll say process env clerk hostname, so that we don't have this thing copied and pasted in multiple places. And then I'm going to go ahead and just grab this like that. So we did a lot of changes. Let's make sure that this actually works. So we're going to go back to our app. I want to click this. I want to manage my account, and I want to change my profile image first of all and see if this will get updated. So let's just go ahead and select an image. I'll just select the starting soon image. Click continue. And then we should get a webhook event. If I go over here, we get a users update user event. That's good. Go to data, go to users, and now we have an image and a name on that user itself. And so the reason we did this is so that in our app, as users are uploading information, we have that latest up-to-date data about the user. So we can go to the card and probably grab that user information. Okay, so going to the file card, what I want to do is I want to display the user who uploaded this. Okay. Now, right now, it's not on the file information. So we're probably going to have to either have the UI fetch all the individual users' information, or we can just kind of like include that on the original data that comes over from the backend. Now, what I actually might do is I'm just going to fetch it from the UI. So every file card, what we could do is do a query to get the user information. So like I said, like user profile. And then I'm going to make a new endpoint called users.getUserProfile. Okay. So let's go to Convex. We already have a users file here. And I'm going to make a public query. Export const getUserProfile as a query. Might have to import that. Some args, async handler, context args. And so what we want to do, again, is based on the user ID that was passed in, we can go ahead and fetch the user information. So I'm going to say const user is equal to await context db get, and we could just pass in the user ID like this, and that'll give us back a user. But in case there's like sensitive information on this, such as like the token identifier, well, that's not sensitive, but the org ID, maybe. We're just going to return name and image. Okay. Okay, so now we have a method we can query from the front end to actually display that information on a card by card basis. So for every card, we already have what user is attached to the file. So we should be able to say file dot, oh, we don't have a user ID on the file. So we're gonna have to go back and add that. So we're gonna put a pin on this. We'll come back. We're gonna go to schema. We're gonna go to files, and we need the user ID stored here. So I'll say VID of users. Go ahead and save that. But now we'll have to go back and update every single place where we forgot to store the user information. So here we should store user ID. We can say has access. Hopefully user's on there. It is. There we go. So now we're storing the user ID on these files as they're uploaded. And then we should have access to that here. I can just say user ID. And then we'll get back that user information here. What is this complaining about? It's saying user IDs and args. Oh, I'm calling use mutation. This needs to be use query. Now you might say, okay, let's say we have 100 cards on the screen. The way Convex works is it's going to dedupe your requests. So it's not going to make like 1,000 requests or 100 requests for every single user. It's only going to make a request once, cache that information locally, and then you'll have that on anywhere else where you have that user ID. So let's go over here somewhere in the card where we need to display it. And in fact, I think I pulled that in to the wrong place. I think I need to actually pull this out. I need to go down here to the actual card, and that's where we need to pull that data in, because down in the card footer, what I'm going to do is I'm going to display the name, and then also the image needs to be used somehow. Now we haven't brought in an avatar component, I don't think, so let's go to Shadcn and we're going to bring that in. Okay, so let's go to avatar, and then we're going to just go ahead and install this so we can use it. Okay, so while that's being added, go look at how it's used. So you basically import these things. Go ahead and just import them here. And then we are going to grab over the avatar, which allows you to basically put a link to an image. So I'm going to go ahead and just put this here. And I do think we need to update our Next.js config to allow whatever URL it's going to pull in, because it's probably not configured. And then technically here, you could try to like look at the name of the user and like put their first name, last name characters here. But we'll leave it like that. I'm going to go ahead and just put the name here. And let's see if this information displays. I think there's some things we might have to change. For example, we just made some required fields on the files. So let's just delete all of our files and start fresh. Let's go ahead and refresh. I'm going to go ahead and upload a file here, testing. We're going to grab this image, click submit. And there you have it, uploaded by me. And we have this image over here. And so just to verify this is working, what we could do is just like update our image one more time. Upload a new image. I think I should have a WebDev Cody icon here. Yep. There we go. Save it. we should get the webhook event that should come back and see that our image just updated live on this file. Cool. So again, let's just style this up a little bit. I want to add some more space between the name and the icon here. So I'm going to remove the download button, and I actually want to put it in the dropdown. I think it'd be better if it's not there. So let's go to where we display the favorite and unfavorite stuff. And we're just going to go ahead and add another drop-down menu item. Go ahead and copy this whole thing. And we're going to go ahead and just say download. I'll use like a file icon here. And then when you click it, we probably also just want to do this type of logic. Okay. So now the download button is not on this thing. We can go here and we can just download it directly from clicking on the drop-down. I think this is like a better user experience. Now for this, I do want to put some gap between here. So let's find the avatar. And let's go ahead and just give it like a class name. Actually, no, the footer, we'll give it like a gap of 2. There we go. And for the avatar, maybe we can actually reduce the height of this a little bit. There we go. I'm also going to align this to the left instead of centered. So let's get rid of justify center. And I think that should push it to the left. Might make it smaller. And then here I'll say text of extra small. I think that's even too small. Is there a smaller one than extra small? Is there like an extra small? One thing you can do in Tailwind is you can actually just specify pixels. So I can just do like text 12 pixels. And that should make it pretty small, I think. And then for the actual text here, I'm going to say text of extra small. And then text gray of, let's do 700. So it's a little bit smaller. It's a little grayed out. Yeah, so secondly, when was this thing created? We should probably display that over on the right. So let's go down and we can say like uploaded on, and then we have the date it was created. So I can say creation time. It's probably not going to be formatted too nice. So we'll have to go and like bring in a date library to format that. Yeah, so just a couple of things here. I'm going to go ahead and just wrap this in a div. And then I'm going to wrap this one in a div like that. And then for here, I'm going to go ahead and just pull this class out. Here I'll say class name, and I'll just go ahead and say flex justify between. That should push them out. And then the uploaded on again could be a text of extra small. There we go. And then for this entire thing, you could probably give it like a hard-coded width of like 20. Just so it has more real estate, maybe 40. Okay, we'll do items center on here. On this div, I'm going to go ahead and say items center. And then, okay, let's format this date because that doesn't look too good. So one date library I like to use is date FNS, but there's different date libraries out there. Basically, how do you install this? Install it with date FNS. So I'm going to go back to my terminal down here, npm install that date FNS library. Actually, let's just grab this one, the format relative. So we should be able to basically take that date here, and I'm going to wrap it. I'll do the creation date here, and we're going to pass in the date into that. Go ahead and auto import format relative and the other ones too. So I'll just go up here, paste that in. And I don't think we need sub days. Let's get rid of sub days. Okay, so what this is doing is basically saying take the current date that this was created, compare it against the date now. And if we did this correctly, it is uploaded today at 5:40, which is pretty accurate because that's what time I uploaded it. Let's change this to gray text. So I'll go ahead and just say like text gray of 700 as well. Okay, so again, the reason we're doing this is because if I were to log out and log back into someone else, we should see their names pop up. Let's just try that. I'm gonna go ahead and switch over to another team because that's the organization that we care about. Go ahead and upload another screenshot, and we'll grab from the desktop, we'll grab some screenshot there, submit it, and you'll see that my name in the image doesn't show up because I think I added the webhook after I've already kind of created this account. So I'm just gonna do a little hack here. I'm gonna go ahead and just take a screenshot. I'm gonna go ahead and just upload an image. Do that, click continue. The webhook should send over. And then now that is showing my name and when it was uploaded. All right, so again, let's just do a little bit more cleanup. So I think this text is just a little too big, right? When you're trying to name your files and they're like going off of your card, probably a sign that it's just too much text. So let's find where that name is. Okay, it's right here. I'm just going to do a text of base. Actually, I think I could put it here. Text base and font normal. I don't want it to be bold anymore. Let's get rid of the bolding. And that looks better, in my opinion. Now, if you wanted to, you can kind of truncate it and maybe do like a max characters of 20 and then add ... if it's too long. That's an approach I've seen in different applications. But this is coming along. I think this is pretty good. Now let's fix these. I think the icon's a little too big. Let's figure out where we did the file icon, which was here. And I think we could probably just give this a class name, width of 4, height of 4, and that'll match the other icons. Okay. Secondly, let's think about the UX. The most important thing that you probably need to do is download the file. So let's go ahead and swap this to be above favorite, because I think downloading is probably the most important thing. You should have it be first. So I apologize if I'm jumping around, but this is typically what I end up doing. Like I just want to kind of polish up here and there, and it's just cool to just do it as you see it. You need to kind of update these things. As you may know, if you watch my tutorials, I don't have like a strong plan. I just start building stuff. So hopefully you guys aren't lost when I'm doing this, but I think it's a better learning experience. Up here, I think if we're building a real application, it's good to have a logo or some type of symbol of what your thing is. So I went ahead and added one to the public folder here. It's called logo. So this is the file drive logo we're going to use. Let's go ahead and find that nav bar. Or do we call it header? I think we call it header. And then in the file drive div here, probably good if we bring in next image. We'll do source and we'll do logo.png. Width, maybe we'll do 80 pixels. Height to be 80 pixels. And then also an alt could say file drive logo. Cool. Now on the div itself, again, flex, we'll say gap of 2, and then we'll say justify, sorry, item center. I think that's should be good. There we go. Now that image is huge, so we're going to scale it down maybe 50 instead of 80. Go ahead and drop that down. Even that's a little bit big, so let's just do 30. No, let's do 40. There, it's kind of too hard to even make out actually, so maybe we could do a better logo. But this could be text of extra large maybe. And now we have like an actual logo for our application. Second thing is when you click this whole thing should be clickable and it should take you back to the home page. That's just like a convention that every website does. So instead of a div here, we could technically have a link like this, which an href of the home. So now I can click on this and go to our home page. But remember, we did some refactoring a while back and we don't even have a home page anymore. So at some point we'll have to come back and fix that. In fact, now that I think about it, it might be good to have a link here called dashboard or manage or something. So in the header itself, we could probably say add another link here. href will be called /dashboard/files, and then we'll just say your files. Okay, and then we can click this and it should take us to this link. It might be better though if this was a button. Let's bring in a button and see if that works. And then secondly, the variant here, we can try doing like a ghost variant or an outline might be good. Outline. There you go. I think that's a little bit better. So it's not as like abrupt in your face, but you can still see it's like a link that you can click. And then let's just go ahead and commit. We haven't committed in a while, but let's just go ahead and add everything and say logo and header. Then I'll say display creation time and user avatar in cards, move download button. Did a lot of changes. I'm gonna go ahead and sync all those up. So what I've seen in some applications is this card view is pretty cool, but sometimes you just want a table, right? Sometimes just seeing all your files in a table format is a better user experience for some people, depending on what you're trying to search for. So Shadcn has an example of how you can kind of use a data table. This is what a data table kind of looks like. where you can kind of filter out columns based on different names. You can add actions to them. So like, for example, downloading a file could be useful from this dropdown, deleting it, etc. You can do multi-selects like this. So let's try to bring this in, or at least bring in a subset of this. There's also sorting as well. So let's just try to do it, pagination included, but I don't think we're gonna use pagination because it just makes things more complicated. So let's try adding this table. All right. But then we also need something called tan stack react table. So this is using a third-party library to basically get all these nice sorting features set up. So we're going to install that as well. Okay, so how do we set this up? So let's just follow the guide prereqs. We are going to build a table to show the receipt payments. Here's what our data looks like. So we'll need to create some type of data. And what we're going to do is we're going to find our dashboard page. So file browser probably also needs a toggle, which can switch over to a file table. So let's just make a file table. And let's just kind of pull over some of this data. Here they have a columns. So I can just make one called columns, I guess. And let's just go ahead and copy this whole file. And then they have the data table, which I think we could just probably put directly in file table. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy this like this. There you go. And then it says you have to render out table. So somewhere here we have to bring in data table. Let's go to our file browser. And for right now, we're going to do it right above this grid stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and just import our data table here. And we have to pass it columns and we have to pass it data, which I think we have to define up here. So columns we can import directly from that other file. But for data, we have to actually pass in the files that we're loading. So I think we have to pass in files here. And we might have some TypeScript errors, so we got to go and like figure out how to refactor this. For columns, this is going to be a doc of files, like that. And then we want to basically show, I forget what's on the files. So we have like the name, so we definitely need a name. Like this. Also probably have like a user table, maybe a type might be useful. You know, we won't use user for right now because I think we're going to have to refactor a little bit of code. But I think this should be good. Payment we don't even need anymore, I don't think. So let's try this out. If we go to our UI, is this even working yet? There, we have a table. It shows testing and it shows another screenshot. So that's working fine. We have the type. Okay, so now we have the table displaying. I think what we want to do is display a column for like when it was created, kind of like we're doing down here. So let's go ahead and add another one called header could be uploaded on. But I believe we want to actually like have a custom function for how this one is rendered out. And I don't remember how to do this. Let's go back to the data table. And I believe you can use a cell. And then you can manually return something here. So like if we want to return the created at date that's formatted, we should be able to do that. We just need to be able to get the created on or created at timestamp. I forget what it's called. We did it on the other page. So we might as well go find that. It was here. Creation times. Yeah, let's just grab this. And then we're going to go back to here and we want to actually just show that. So I'm going to do format relative. And I think we can say row dot original dot creation time if you want type safety. Might be a little bit easier than whatever approach they were trying to get us to do. So let's see if this works. You may have to give an accessor key. I'm not too sure. Seems like that worked fine. It's displaying. Okay, so the cool thing is you can actually like customize what's inside. So it's as simple as that. Another thing we want is who uploaded it. So like we should probably have like a user. Let's copy this approach and we'll do that before the uploaded on. So let's say like user, and we want to get the row.original dot user ID. So we're going to have to do another lookup here. So I'm going to say const user profile is equal to use query. I believe we can do this here. Use query, go ahead and import that API dot users dot user profile. User ID is equal to row original user ID like this. Now this is a little issue with, you can't just do this right here. So what we're actually going to do is we're going to pull this out to a custom function. I will say function user column, or I guess I could call it user cell. And then we're going to go ahead and move all this stuff out like this, so that we don't get that ESLint error. And really all this thing needs is a user ID, which is a v dot, ID, I could do ID of users. Okay, and then we're going to go ahead and just use that. And now we got the profile back at some point, so we should be able to get the name displayed. So we're going to use that custom component, and we're just going to display it right here. Okay, so that we cannot get that ESLint error anymore. And again, we're going to have to pass in user ID, so row original dot user ID. All right, let's try it out. So now it says user Cody. Okay, and we can also probably display the image here. So how do we do that? Well, we'll have to go back and find the avatar. Let's go to the file card. Let's find the avatar. In fact, I'm just going to grab this whole thing because it's going to look very similar to that. And we can go back to user cell. We can go ahead and just paste that whole thing in. Auto import a couple things. And it should show up now, hopefully. There we go. All right, we also want an actions column. So how do we add an actions column? Well, we could just go ahead and add another definition here. We can call it actions. Now, when it comes to the actions on the table, we actually want to just pull in that exact same drop-down menu that was like on the card itself. So I think what we could do is probably pull this whole thing out into another file. Like I'll just pull all this out, and we'll make a component called file actions maybe. And then we'll paste that all in. And then we're going to go ahead and export it so we can use it in both places. So I'll export that. And then let's just delete anything that's unused. Try to clean up the code a little bit. Okay, so now if we go back to file card, we got rid of file card actions because it's in another file. So we can delete that. This we can delete. And then we need to auto import it over here. And technically this get file URL could probably have been exported as well. So let's export that, and then over here we can import it. And then again, let's just go and delete any unused methods at the top here, just to keep our code clean. Cool. Now for the table, instead of showing this, we can say file actions. And this thing needs a couple of things. So like, let's figure out what it needs. First of all, it needs a file, which I think will be row.original. And then it needs an is favorited, which for now, I'll just say false. We'll have to come figure that out in a bit, where that comes from. Yeah, let's look at the UI. Does this still work? Okay, that's still working. I got the actions over here. I can do that. I can delete. We go back over to the trash and restore. Make sure that works. Awesome. So we got some shared functionality between the table and the card. So they will be uniform as we're updating stuff. Now, I think the favorite might be a little bit messed up here. We have to figure out where that comes from. So in the file card itself, we have like is favorited. And so I don't know how we're going to get that passed in, because I think we have the files here, which calls the file browser. This is going to have the favorites. And then that needs to probably be passed into the data table somehow. And we have columns over here. I think actually, if instead of passing favorites in here, maybe we could just attach is favorited to the file itself. So like right now we're passing this in, and then we have this computed. If instead we went over here and we said modified files, and we just go ahead and say files.map, and then for every file, we say is favorited, and that could be basically running over that sum map like this. And then I think we're going to have to get the favorites, which we do have. Let's see. Favorites is possibly undefined. So this would have to be defaulted to an empty array, so it's not going to crash. And then the modified files, we could actually pass those in here like this. And then here we can loop over them and delete that. Now the issue is that now like these things are expecting a doc of file, but now they actually have a file, but they also have a is favorited boolean, I think. And then I think for file card, we don't need to pass in favorites anymore. If that makes that happy. Okay, there, now that's happy. So let's just grab this same type definition, and we're going to go to the data table. Actually, we're going to go to the columns, and that needs to take in our new definition, I believe. And the reason we're doing that is because we were hard coding this, but now we should be able to say is favorited, pass that in, and we don't need that anymore. File is favorited. Go ahead and fix TypeScript error so everything's working good. So it's thinking that this could be undefined if you look over the error, which it needs to be defined at all times. So I think what we want to do is just over here, we can just fall back on the empty array to make that happy. So let's go back here. So does this work now? If I were to look at favorited, it's a full star. And if I click it again, it works. Okay, so now we should have two favorited things. Let's go over here. And yeah, those show up. And if I unfavorite them, they go away. So another thing we should fix. We obviously don't want to show cards and then a table at the same time. We want to allow the user to pick between what view he wants. So I think it'd be nice to add like maybe some tabs up here that you can change the view of how you're looking at the files. So let's go to tabs. And then they have an example of how you can do account and password. Here's some code. So let's just go ahead and install this. Like that, install that one. And then we're going to go ahead and import all of this. We'll just import it directly here. Go ahead and delete some stuff we're not using anymore. And then we're going to bring in all these tabs, and the tabs need to live underneath the H1. So let's go to the H1 here, and directly under it, let's just go ahead and add those tabs in. And instead of account, we should call it grid. This will be called grid, and then for password, it'll be called table. Okay, so update all those. And what this allows us to do is in our UI, we should be able to toggle between them. Okay, and now all we need to do is just basically put the grid in the table inside of these tab contents here. So like, okay, so what we need to do is inside the tab contents, we have to grab, for example, let's grab this grid and we'll put it in the grid view. And then let's grab the table and we'll put it in the table view. And then I think the placeholder we can leave in place, that'd be good. Now, if you click it, it's a little messed up, so we'll have to fix that. I'm not sure what's going on there. I think the issue is because this has a hard-coded width. So I actually want to pull this out and put it on the tab list instead. And in fact, having a hard-coded, maybe I don't need a hard-coded width. I don't know why they put that in the example. It's kind of weird. Go ahead and delete that. Save it. Here we go. And then adding some type of icons to these might be beneficial. So inside of here, we could say like grid icon. Make sure I import that. I guess I didn't import it. There we go. And then also, we should probably style this. Flex, kappa 2, item center. There we go. Same thing with the table. Let's just go ahead and grab this whole thing. All this class right here, let's just put it here on the table. And then we want to say table icon, like that. Now, you know what I think about the table icon's not good. It doesn't look too good. Let's try rows icon. There we go. Navigate between these, you can pick and choose which one you want. Now it will reset every time to grid, that's the default view. So if you wanted to kind of persist that, you'd have to basically, you'd have to store it at a higher state or store it in local storage or session storage if you want those to be persisted. I think adding a little bit of margin underneath it would be good. Let's go here and I'll say class name, margin bottom of 4, just to push it down. Did that do anything? Let me try 8. Yeah, that's not like pushing it down at all. So I think I actually want to put it on the tabs list. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Another thing I don't like about this app is like when I do a full page refresh, it says loading your images. Let's find that loader, loading your images, and it should say loading your files because this is a file storage application, not an image storage. But secondly, the spinner should only be like where the, the table is, right? So technically it should only be a little bit lower. Let's go to the contents. I think we want to keep the tabs, but for the tabs contents, I think instead we probably want to show like a loader here. I don't know if that's going to work. Let's see what happens. And then this for is loading here, I'm going to get rid of that completely. I don't think we want that anymore. Let's try this. Let's see if this looks different. Refresh the page. And now the loader is right where the table in the grid is, which I think is a much better user experience. All right, let's just go ahead and commit this. I'm going to go ahead and say adding a view toggle with a table view. All right, so I think another cool thing that we could add is the ability to filter based on types. You might have a lot of images in here. We have the ability to filter by name, but like what if you have a bunch of PDFs, images, CSVs, and you just want to like quickly just see all the CSVs? One way we could do it is by using a select. So let's go ahead and install a select component from Shadcn. Okay, that's installing. And then we're going to grab all this input stuff. And let's figure out where we can put this, because right now, I'm not even sure where we put it. We probably want to put it on the same row as the tabs list. So I think if we put a div here, and let me import those first. Sorry, I'm like jumping around. Let's import those. I'll put a div here. This could have another nested div. This could have a class name of flex and then justify between item center maybe. And now if I say testing here, we should see testing pop up in our app over here. So if we wanted to filter by type, let's bring in a select like this. Let's drop that in there. And yeah, some things we might want is like image, CSV, PDF. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, looks pretty good. In fact, this one should say placeholder all. I think for default value, maybe we should put all here. And then maybe we don't need a placeholder. And then what we want to do is when this thing changes, we're going to change the way we're doing our backend query to just give us things that are a certain type. We also do that on the front end too as well, but we're going to keep this simple. I think we can say on value changed. We can go ahead and call something. And what we need to do is kind of how we did it similar before. Like we're going to have to keep track of the type. And by default, it's going to start as all. And then we're going to use that state to change how we're doing our backend query. So let's go to the select, and then we're going to change this instead of default value. We're just going to say value is equal to type. Let me get rid of this. And then on value change, it'll be set type that. Hopefully this works. I don't know. Let's click it. Okay, it is changing. That's good. But what we need to do is also when we say use query, we need to pass in the type that the user might have selected. So let's just go here. I'll pass in type. And then that's going to error out because we don't have a type passed in. So let's go over here and we'll say type is a v optional v.string. And so like we did with other filters, we're going to say if type is defined. So down here, I'm going to say if args.type is not equal to all, then we're going to go ahead and say files is equal to files.filter. And we only want the ones that have the same type as args.type. Now, if you want to get more specific about this, we should probably change this to be a v optional of file type, so that we know from the front end that like we're passing something incorrectly or not. And then also this all thing, I think we could just like not pass it. So we're going to keep that. And then on the front end, we're going to say only pass type if type is equal to all, then just pass undefined, otherwise pass type. Like this. I'm getting my ternary mixed up here. And then I think type needs to be defined up here. So like we need to say file types. I think we need to say doc files type. And then also all. Oh, not an and. I think we need to do union. All right, is this going to work? So unfortunately, so this thing's going to pass back a string. So technically this is going to be like a new type. And then we're going to have to just like cast it. So I'm going to say new type as any. So that it's not going to be mad at us. But there's no way to really like link these types with this value over here. I mean, technically you could like, maybe you can cast it here and see if that works. Yeah, I think it might need to be a string. All right, so that was a lot of code changes just so that when we do this and select image, it seems like it's working. Let's upload some new files because I don't think we even have a CVS uploaded, a CSV, and then also upload a PDF. All right, so let's filter by image, by CSV, by PDF. There we go. And I'll probably add a label to this too. Like we should probably add a label in front of this. So I'll say label. And then I'll just go ahead and say like type filter. I kind of rather it be on the left. So let's go ahead and like give this a flex gap of 2, and that should put them side by side, and then items center. There you go. And then if you want this to be proper accessibility, technically you should do like an HTML4 for this, HTML4, and then we'll say type select. This ID could have type select. I'm actually going to rename this like this. Here we go. I'm not sure why that doesn't have, maybe I need to put it there. There we go. Awesome. So now we can filter by the type over here, and then we also change the view. So one little bug I noticed is that when you are on your personal account and you click on the file, you don't have the delete button. It doesn't show up. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to change this from checking a role, and we actually change it to a condition. So we're going to go ahead and do this, and we're going to return, I'll just do check, and I'll say role is equal to OrgId, and I believe that's going to be the exact same logic as I did before, but it gives us the ability to also override it and check other things. So what we want to do is if the user ID of this file is equal to, let's just do like me. Yeah, we'll do me._id. We're going to make an endpoint that we can call from the front end to get our information for our currently authenticated user. So, and we want the actual Convex ID. We don't want like the token identifier. So let's go to users here. And I'm going to go ahead and say export const get me equals query. And then what we want to do is probably give it blank args, async handler, context args. And then we want to look up the user based on the identifier. So like we're probably going to want to do this. Token identifier should come from context, I believe. So we should just be able to say context auth, user identity, token identifier. Like this. Actually, where else do we do this? Do we have like another get user helper? I'll just do this right now. Do we do like identity equals somewhere? Identity equals. Yeah, I'll just do this. Okay, we have to be logged in. And then we're going to get the user based on the identity. So identity dot token identity. And then there's no user. We'll probably throw back, probably just return null. Typically on queries, I try to return null, and on mutations, I throw errors. Otherwise, let's just return the user object. So this allows us from the front end, we can just get all the information that we need. More specifically, we're trying to get this underscore ID. But now that we have a query, it's going to give us all the information for the currently authenticated user. Okay, so it should be safe to call from the front end. And then we could just go ahead and invoke this. So I'm going to say const me is equal to use query. I'll say api.users.getMe. And at some point, that should come back. And we can check if me.id equals the user ID of the file. Does that make sense? So now that'll show up in the front end. I don't think this will work on the back end just yet. We have to modify the back end a little bit. Yeah, there's a little error. You have no admin access to delete. So let's go and find the files. And let's find delete file. And this logic needs to be updated just a little bit. We do have the file, I believe. So access should have the file. And I'm going to change this from isAdmin to can delete. And then we're going to basically say you either have to have access to the file itself. So access.file.userid is equal to access.user.id, or you have to be an admin of the organization. Okay, so a lot of stuff going on there. Let's see if this works now. I'm going to go ahead and just do it again. And there you go. It got moved back. Also, restoring the file we'll have to fix too. So let's go back and figure out where else do we check if admin. It looks like we do the same logic over here. So I think at this point, we should probably abstract away this, do some helper function. So const can delete. So I'll do function can delete file. We're going to return this. And this needs to take in a user and then a file. User will be doc users. File will be doc files. And then we just want to get rid of access a little bit. Like this. Get rid of this. And then you have no access. You have no access to delete this file. And delete file. So we're going to use that here, and we're going to pass in access.user and access.file. And that'll figure out if we can delete it or not. And since it does throw an error, we don't need to check anything. I'm gonna go ahead and say like assert can delete file. Okay, and then somewhere else we were kind of doing the same thing. Right here, assert can delete file. We'll do access.user, access.file. Okay, this is why it's good to have smaller utility functions that you can kind of reuse, because as you can tell, you update it one place and then you forget to update it somewhere else. So let's go back and upload a file. Let's make sure we can delete our own file. Make sure we can restore our own file. There you go. And then I'm going to switch over back to an account that I do have admin access to. And then I'm going to delete, go back, and restore. So let's go ahead and commit some of this stuff. We did a lot of changes there. I'm going to go ahead and say fix issue with deleting files on personal account. Okay, definitely important to get that fix in. Okay, so I think the app is pretty good. I mean, I think we've built quite a lot. You have a good understanding of Shadcn, all the different components, how to kind of abstract away components and stuff like that, how to download and do permissions and stuff. I think what I want to do is just add a footer at the bottom of this app to make it look a little bit more polished. Let's go to layout here. And let's add a footer. And we could probably just do a new footer here, footer.tsx, export function footer, return a div, and this div probably could have a height of like 40 something, and then maybe also bg a gray of 100. Let's see if this shows up. I need to make sure that I auto import this. All right, there's the footer. Now we should probably just do like some margin top on this thing, margin top of 12, just so it's spaced down. And then typically on a footer, you'll have like a privacy policy or some other things. So we could just go ahead and try to add that stuff in. I'm not actually going to make those pages, but I'm just going to show you how you can make like links. So we'll just go ahead and put like, again, a div here that says file drive. And then we will just put some links here. So link href is privacy. And I'll say privacy policy. Go ahead and auto import this. You could do like an about. We'll need a terms of service. Terms of service. And then finally, maybe just like an about page or something. Probably good enough. Let's look at, see how this looks. This looks pretty bad. So let's just go ahead and wrap this whole thing in a container. So this thing should probably be in a container. MX auto it, so it's centered. There we go. And then technically we could put all these on the same line. So I could just go ahead and say like flex, and then I can say justify between items center. That should kind of space them all out. If we wanted to center that whole thing, I think we could say flex items center here. There we go. And yeah, that should be a little bit better. Now, sometimes they put these all together. It might be nice to style these buttons a little bit. So like, we could just go ahead and give them like some hover state class name. You can say text blue 400, hover text blue of 500, and save that. Now we got some links. Okay, so I mean, it's not the best footer, but it's just something there at least. All right, let's also do a landing page, because right now our landing page is just awful. So let's just bring in an existing landing page. This is typically how I do landing pages. I'll just Google Tailwind landing pages. Yeah, so I mean, like if you have the money, I would just buy a license for some type of Tailwind component library. But really what we want is just a nice landing page that we can just use. I think we only get access to like the first one. So like, let's just go ahead and grab the first hero section here. And yeah, let's just grab all this. And inside of the app, technically we could just put a page here, I think. Yeah, let's just put a page, CSX, and then I'm going to paste all this. We don't need a dialogue. We don't need these hero icons, I don't think. And I'll just say like landing page. We don't need navigation because we already made a header. So this header can actually go away. And this mobile menu, we won't worry about that yet right now. All right, let's see how this landing page even looks. It might be completely messed up. Here we go. Data to enrich your online business. So let's find that, and let's just go ahead and say the coolest way to upload and share files with your company. Maybe say easiest. And then over here, I'll just go ahead and say, make an account and start up managing your files in less than a minute. Cool. Let's get rid of this announce our funding, because we don't have any funding. And then probably we could just put an icon here, like our file drive logo, just put it right above that. So let's put this here as an image. Let's just grab it from the header. So I think we have like that icon here, like this. Auto import that. Go ahead and like make it 200 by 200. And then we could just go ahead and like align this centered somehow. I'm not sure why that's not centered. Does it need to be like inline block? Okay. Maybe margin bottom 8. And I don't know why there's so much padding here. Like what's going on there? Padding Y, maybe that's it. All right, so getting started. If you click get started, we probably want to take it to your dashboard. So let's find get started. And this could go, I make this a next link. Could go to dashboard files. Okay, click it, takes it to your dashboard. You can go back. One thing that's a bug is I can't click on anything in the header. I think our header is being like obscured by all this other stuff. We'll have to figure out what's going on there. I think all we need to do is go to our header, maybe give it a relative, and maybe get a Z of 10 so it's like on top of stuff. There we go. Okay, now I can actually do this. So I wanted to check if I sign out, does it let us go to our dashboard? So like, let's go back to localhost 3000. First of all, your files shouldn't be showing up. So let's find where we're doing your files, and this needs to be hidden. So the way you can check this is you say const session is equal to use session, like that. And then, actually no, remember we just did we have a signed in component. So signed in, and then we can show that. That'd be an easier way to do it. And then now that won't show. If you click get started, that should take you to your dashboard, but then that's going to run a middleware function. We're not going to be logged in, and it's going to ask you to sign in. All right, let's just commit this. I think that's kind of all I'm going to be doing in this tutorial. I'll say adding landing page. My final remarks are, I do want to thank my sponsors, Convex and Clerk, for making this tutorial happen. I hope you guys learned something by using it. And be sure to click the links in my description below if you want to check out Clerk or Convex. Like always, I have a Discord channel. You guys are welcome to join if you want to find a place to kind of talk to me directly or ask me questions or just be part of a community of other developers. Other than that, I hope you guys enjoyed watching. Have a good day and happy coding.